Dang it, I just noticed my microphone was muted. I keep doing that to myself. Every single time I go in between scenes, I forget. So, sorry for that. Hello, Daisha Hao. We are going to be playing Hakuoki Kyoto Winds. I apologize for any words with, like, or, like, anything with, like, something with an H next to the first letter, because my tongue hurts. So, last time, there was a big battle at a gate, I believe, and we stayed with Saito, with the last two remaining parties because the third one left, and everybody else went to go check off on other things. And we met, someone new who was really, really cute. Well, actually, we met, like, 3 new characters. Technically 4, but, you know. So, without further ado, hopefully, let me know if the music is all good and everything, and if my voice is all good and whatnot, and, you know, all that jazz. So, without further ado, let's continue. I'm excited. Ah, yes, this was right after the battle. Oh, jeezums, that's already a lot of words with H's next to that. The Choshu extremists... Oh, yeah. The Choshu extremists attempted attack... wait. Oh my goodness. The Choshu extremists... attempted attack, there we go, on the Imperial estate eventually came to be known as the Hamaguri Rebellion. Although the Shinsengumi were called to action, their efforts were stymied? I don't know that word. And they found little in the way of glory. Communication with their superiors was poor at best, and they spent much of the battle waiting with the reserves. When the Shinsengumi finally entered the battle, each man found several strange opponents awaiting him. Ooh, who's he? Chikage Kazama. Ooh, who defeated Okita at Aikita. Ah, so if I went with Okita, I would have seen him. Ah, dang. Claimed to be from the Satsuma domain during his encounter with Toshi. So, Chikage Kazama, a very skilled man with apparent ties to the Satsuma domain. His extreme strength and prowess with swords rivals that of even the best Shinsengumi swordsman. Dang, look at that smirk. He's very much confident. Now, this guy that we met last time, Kyuju Amaguri, the man who shattered Todo's head guard at Ikeda, also claimed membership in the Satsuma. Interesting. Oh, dang, who this person? They had also met Kyo Shiranui, who'd fought alongside men from Choshu. Oh, he bad dude. Kyo Shiranui. Yeah, Shiranui. A man with incredible skill. He is connected to the Choshu domain. His gunplay is very impressive, and it takes the Shinsengumi by surprise. Gunplay. Interesting. It is, after all, I think, like, the 1860s? Yeah. Whoever they were, it was clear they were not allies of the Shinsengumi. Instead, it seemed they could easily become some of the greatest enemies. If they were to meet in open battle, the casualties would be severe. By the time the battle was over, the commanders of the Choshu attack had been killed in the fighting, or took their own lives. There were some soldiers, however, who escaped, setting Kyoto ablaze as they fled. Dang, they still did that. By some terrible misfortune, winds that day blew from the north and fanned the flames, reducing the southern end of the Imperial estate to ash. As a result of the Choshu attack, many Imperial nationalists were executed. With the Hamaguri Rebellion over, the Choshu were branded as traitors for attacking the estate. From then on, they were acknowledged enemies of the court. Traitor to the court, often used to refer to rebels. Dang. Also, I have a little glass of strawberry milk next to me. So sorry if you hear me drinking that every now and again. Heck yeah, we get to... Heck yeah. September 1864. Heck yeah, let's go. Oof. I love this music so much. Several civilian houses were burned during the rebellion. Kyoto needed to be rebuilt, but it looked as if the process would take a while. I did my best to look for my father while we were out on patrol, but try as I might, I couldn't find even a hint of his whereabouts. September 1864. Saito and his men had this particular shift, so I joined them. The heat in the city was almost unbearable, as if we were inside of an oven. Oh, that's loud. But hey, we're with Saito. Heck yeah. There was a group of people sitting listlessly at the side of the road. I stopped. They'd probably lost their homes in the fire. Oh, what was with that loud insect and then suddenly going away? Interesting. Saito? He turned around and looked at me placidly. Maybe. I know we had a problem with our shoe strap last time. Oh, no, nothing like that. I was just, hoping to talk to those people. Would that be okay? They might know something about my father. He frowned, just slightly. Aww, that little teardrop. Or not teardrop, sweat drop. Is that not okay?
Yeah, come on.
Oh, I feel bad now. I feel bad now. I don't want to go over and talk. Thank you. I jogged over towards the small crowd of people who looked up as I approached. Excuse me, but I'm looking for someone. He's bald and I'm assuming we talked to them. I talked to several different people, but none of them knew anything about my father. Was he even still in Kyoto? Could he have gotten involved in the Hamaguri Rebellion and lost his life? No, that was impossible. He had to be alive. I wiped sweat from my face and desperately tried to convince myself that it was true. Saito was walking in front of me when he suddenly turned around and spoke. It is September. It is a pretty hot month. Oh, yes, I'm fine. I didn't want him to worry, so I smiled brightly. Aw, thank you. He cares about me. Of course. Thank you. I knew the only reason he was being so attentive was because Toshi gave him orders to take care of me, but he's doing it more for that. We're in a budding relationship. It's more than just orders. It was still nice that he was making sure I was okay. What about you? Aren't you hot? I'm... there. You're wearing black, and you've got a jacket on. Tada? Is what? He frowned almost imperceptibly? Yeah, and laid a hand on a sword. Oh no. Oh. True, yeah. I forgot about humidity. I forgot that was a thing. As much as I like winter, autumn is like the perfect temperature. Like, so perfect. He was more worried about his sword than himself. Oh, baby, I know that feeling. It must be really important to you. Yeah. He's not wrong. As he spoke, Saito pulled up short and turned to look at the building in front of which we stood. It appeared to be a sword shop. He was staring at the sword on display, his gaze almost hungry. It was like watching a child who just discovered a new toy he couldn't resist. Saito? He twitched a little in surprise and looked at me. Oh my god, that's so cute. Oh, I'd want to buy that sword instantly, right for him. I want to buy him the sword! Please, let me buy him the sword. He composed himself and walked back towards the rest of his men. You looked really excited. Was that a nice sword? Oh, look at that smile. He drew himself up a little as he began to speak. Oh, dang. That's a lot of words. Bizen Osafune... Kan... Itsu. Kanemitsu. An old sword made between the late Kamakura period to mid Namboku-cho period, roughly 1300 to 1350. Interesting. In the Bizen province, many legends have formed about it and its uncanny sharpness. Ooh.
刀といえば備前刀、備前刀といえば長船という言葉もあるほど、備前には優秀な刀工が多い。
Oh dang.
今日現存する刀は備前刀が一番多いと言われていて。
Dang, after like 5 years or 500 years? Dang. Oh. I mean, I still have a sword from long ago, so. Ooh, happy music. Heck yeah. He continued to talk about swords for some time. Oh, that's so cute. Continue to. It's like lean on desk. Continue talking about swords with me. To be honest, I never saw him so talkative before. My heart. It seemed a little strange that swords brought him out of his shell, but it was nice.
どうかしたか。笑われるようなことを言ったつもりはないが。もしや、今の公爵に誤りでもあったか。
Oh, he's so worried. No, no. Oh no, not at all.
では何故笑っていたのだ。
Cause it's cute. You're cute. You're so cute talking about swords. That's why. Oh. I think I don't understand the context of that. I think I understand. Honestly, I would say you really like swords, because I'd be like, you really like swords. That's adorable. I love that. Oh, I was just thinking you really like swords. Haha, he's like, glance away. No, thank you. Saito was quiet for a moment before he answered.
刀剣そのものはもちろんのこと、そこに込められた意味に引きつけられるのだ。
Oh. What meaning is that? He nodded solemnly.
刀の使い道は相手の命を奪うこと。
Oh
た
dang.
だそれだけしかない。
Ooh.
太平の世となり、武士の腰に刺す刀はただの飾りとなってしまったが。
Definitely in times nowadays, I think you'd probably get arrested if you held a sword.
本来の使い道は人を切り殺すこと。
Oh man, don't tell me I picked the wrong option and didn't get anything for him.
その単純にして明快なあり方に心惹かれるのだ。そして俺も刀のようにありたいと思っている。
Oh, what does he mean by that? What does he mean by that? His own existence will be akin to that of Huh?
何の迷いも抱かず、使い手の意のままに動く刀のよう。
Baby, no. No, baby. His voice was almost reverent.
さて、急いで屯所に戻らねばな。思った以上に時間がかかってしまった。
Baby, no, you can continue talking about swords with me. You're right. I nodded, but Saito suddenly stopped. I looked over and his face seemed strained.
今、俺が刀に見とれて時間を無駄にしたことは、そう。
You want the sword, don't you? I want to buy him the sword so badly. Can I buy him the sword? Please tell me I can get him the sword. Don't worry, I won't tell Toshi what happened. He seemed to relax. Why would I tell him?
そうか。
Yeah.
俺もまだまだ未熟だな。タイムよりも俺の興味を優先させてしまうとは。
Look at his blush, it's so freaking cute. Oh my freaking god, that's so cute. Oh, look at his little blush, it's so cute. And he's like apologizing for the fact that he was talking about his interest of swords. Baby. Oh, talk about your interests more, please. You are happy when you talk about them, so continue being happy. Oh my goodness. Oh, he's so cute. He hunched his shoulders and walked more quickly. Watching him made me think of how he'd look when he stopped in front of the in front of the shop earlier. He'd been so excited, almost like a kid. It made me smile.
どうした？何を笑っている？
Smiling for you because you're so gosh dang cute. Oh, nothing important, just remembering something.
何を思い出していたのかは聞かずともわかる。
I was remembering how cute you were like 5 seconds ago. That's about it, you know.
大方俺が店先の刀に見入ってしまい、タイムをおろそかにしたことを笑っていたんだろう。
No, that's a misunderstanding. No, that's not why I was laughing. No, I wasn't laughing at you.
弁解などいらん。先ほどの所業はあんたに笑われても仕方あるまい。
No! Please don't take it as an insult. I was loving it. No.
これでも反省はしている。同じ過ちは二度と繰り返さん。
No! No, baby! He looked away from me with an attitude that could only be described as sulking. No! Don't regret it! Do it again, baby! No! It wasn't that I'd meant to mock him. There had just been something about his childlike glee that was amusing and cute in a way. It is cute! It's really gosh dang cute! Oh, and he took it as an insult. I'm sorry. Oh, but no doubt, telling him that would only have upset him more. Yeah, he'd probably be like, what? I acted like a child. No, that's not my intentions. Oh.
急ぐぞ。副長が屯所で我々の報告を待っているはずだ。
Oh. Oh, right. Oh. Dang it. I bet I could have gotten a point if I hit the other one, though. Dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it. He was so cute, though. Saito was a quiet, taciturn? Yeah, taciturn man, which many people interpreted as a show of coldness. But when swords were the subject of conversation, he lit up. And he pouted when I mentioned this. Oh, baby. It was a side of him I'd never guessed at, and something about seeing it cheered me up. It cheered me up. Gosh dang it. Oh. New town, who dis? Wow. February 1865, chapter. Oh my god, we were that close to chapter 3. Oh my goodness. Why did I end it so early then? I have a bad, like, what's the word? Dang it. What's the word? Understanding of time. I have a very bad understanding of time. Like, I was trying to play Jump King the other day, and if I don't have a meter on how strong that jump is, I have no clue. I was stuck. I was stuck on the first level, like, for so long. I love strawberry milk. I like chocolate milk more, but we don't have any chocolate syrup. And I drank all of my chocolate milk this morning, so I'm a little sad. The dawn of the new year arrived. It was February of, it was February of 1865, and we finished eating breakfast. I was carrying a plate full of tea and opened the door to the common room. Oh, dang. Dang! So it was September, October, November, December, January. Dang, 5 months. Dang. Tea's ready.
Oh, すまないね、雪村くん。
No problem. I made my way around the room, pouring a cup of tea for each person there, making sure not to spill. He gave me a warm smile as I handed him his tea.
やっぱり寒い日には熱めのお茶がうまいね。
He's not wrong. Thank you. I felt a flush of pride at his words, even though I knew quite well that serving tea was hardly impressive. Just the same, I felt as if I was helping out in a way, and that was a nice feeling. Then Toshi spoke, and his words brought me back to the present.
八木さんたちにも世話になったが、この豚書もそろそろ手狭になってきたか。
Oh dang.
まあ確かに狭くなったな。大使の数も増えてきたしよ。
I mean, it's a good thing that they're getting new guys, because it means more men.
広いところに移れるんならそれがいいんだけどな。
That would be nice, moving to a bigger place.
雑魚寝してる連中かなり辛そうだしよ。
Yeah.
だな。前川邸で寝起きしてる連中なんて毎晩押し寿司みてえになりながら寝てやがるぜ。
Oof. I can't imagine it. Their, like, futons and other things must be, like, super freaking close to each other.
あれじゃ疲れが取れねえだろうし、なんとかしてやりてえよな。
Yeah.
そんなこと言ったって僕たち新選組を受け入れてくれる場所なんてないでしょ。
True. Not a whole lot of people like the Shinsengumi.
僕たち今日の嫌われ者だしね。
Which I still don't understand at all. A person sitting beside Kondo pointed at the map spread upon the table.
西本願寺というのはどうかしら？
Dang, he looks and sounds like a bad dude. Like a bad, sneaky dude. Nishi Hongwaji. Another name for the Jodo Shinshu Hongwanji Temple in Kyoto. It allowed the Shinsengumi to make the temple their headquarters for a period of time. Interesting, so they did get it. Huh.
西本願寺ですと？先方の同意を得られるとは思えませんが。
I hate this man. I feel like both of these people are bad.
でも数百人の大使が寝起きできるほど広い場所なんて他にないでしょ。それにあの場所ならいざという時も動きやすいと思うのだけど。
This man was named Kashitaro Ito. Ito, recruited by Todo a few months ago as the Shinsengumi's military advisor and deputy commander. Interesting. That's actually not a bad picture. He still looks a little, like, shifty, but, like, not bad of a picture. I mean, it even has his hand in it. Okay, so Kashitaro Ito, military advisor and deputy commander of the Shinsengumi. His field of study is literature with imperialistic philosophy. Interesting. Interesting. He developed his notoriety teaching Hokushin Ito in his dojo, and he is known for his scholarliness. Yeah, scholarliness. Hokushin Ito, a sword style that was popular in Edo during the Bakamatsu period. Interesting.
それに西本願寺は以前長州浪士をかくまっていたこともあると聞きますわ。
How dare they?
我々が西本願寺に移れば浪士たちは身を隠す場所を一つ失うことになります。
Not wrong, not wrong.
そこまで考えての選定というわけですか。なるほど。
Oh, I think he still had a little bit to say. I apologize. Man, so good. Kondo seemed very impressed by Ito's suggestion, but a silent voice of protest arose.
僧侶の動きを武力で抑えつけるのはいかがなものかと思いますが。
Man, what's up with him lately? It's been like half a year, a little over half a year for this guy, and he's still a little crouchy, what's the word? Grouch? There we go, grouch. He's still a grouchy man. Ito's brows twitched, as if disturbed by the idea, and he faced Sanan directly.
自社を隠れ蓑にして好き勝手な振る舞いをしていたのは長州浪士の方ではなくて、
Oh, he right.
今日の治安を乱す不逞浪士に配慮して差し上げるなんて三男さんもお優しいこと。
Oh, damn. Ito's deflection of Sanan's words left a bitter taste in everyone's mouth, including Sanan. Oh my goodness.
尊上過激派を抑える必要があるという点に関しては同意しますが。
Oh dang, he was put in his place.
じゃあなんだ
Who's this man? Ooh. I like everything about him so far. But we need to find out more about his personality first before I can like him.
切り合うときはやあやあ我こそはって名乗りを上げて正々堂々とやるべきだとでも言うつもりか
I like his little like choker necklace. Oh, I like his like one glove. Oh.
不定老士どもがそんな鎌倉武士みたいなご作法に付き合ってくれりゃいいがな
That little smirk. Okay, I like him. I like him.
サブロー、口を慎みなさい。
Darling! Watch your mouth now, darling. Oh!
おっと悪いつい本音が出た
Dang. Look at that pose. Look at his face. Look at everything about him. Ah, he's so nice. The other man beside Ito was Saburo Miki. Oh, dang. He's looking at me a little mad. Who joined at the same time as Ito. Allegedly, he was Ito's younger brother by blood. Oh, dang. Saburo Miki. Oh, dang, look at that cocky little smirk. Oh my goodness. Oh. Captain of the Shinsengumi's 9th Division. Ooh, he's a captain. He is Kashitaro Ito's younger brother. They joined the Shinsengumi together. My tongue hurts.
皆さん方、ごめんなさいね。この子は昔から口が悪くて。
Aww.
三男さんもお気を悪くなさらないでくださいな。あなたのような方も新選組を大きくしていく上では必要だと思いますし。
Oh dang. Okay, now I'm starting to feel a little bit sad for Sanan.
たとえ左腕が使い物にならなくとも、その才覚と学識はタイのために大いに役立つはずですわ。
Oh. Okay, now I'm feeling extremely bad now. Oof. I watched Sanan bit his lip, an act of restraint to Ito's sour words. The tension was cut by another voice.
伊藤さん、今のはどういう意味だ
Oh. Toshi's voice was cold and sharp, like the sound of a blade sliding across a whetstone. Ito seemed taken aback and his eyes grew wide.
あんたが言うように、三男さんは優秀な論客だ。
Oh, Toshi's defending his man.
けどな、剣客としてもこの新選組に必要な人間なんだよ。
Oh! Toshi only spoke when necessary, so it must have been something he truly believed. Dang. However...
ですが、私の腕は。
Aww. He couldn't even seem to bring himself to finish. Ooh. It seemed as though Toshi realized his words were reminding Sanan of what he used to be, causing Sanan to curl his lips into a frown. Dang.
ごめん遊ばせ。私としたことが失言でしたわ。
Oof.
三男さんは皆さん方の大切なお仲間ですものね。仲がよろしくて結構なことですわ。
It is a very tight-knit group.
新たに入隊した大使たちも同じ気持ちでいてくれるといいのですけど。
Oh, yeah, true. Toshi's eyes sheathed with anger towards Ito. Kondo tried to relieve the tension by stepping in and clearing the air.
とりあえず豚書移転の件に関してはもう少し話し合ってから決めるということで。
Yeah.
伊藤さん、この後お付き合いを願えますかな。先ほどの件についてもう少し詳しい話をお聞きしたいので。
New base.
ええ、喜んで。
Ah, dang it. Seeing the two get up, Takeda followed right behind them, jerk. Ah, there's no need.
近藤局長、私もご一緒して構いませんか？
No. Jesus. You have no right.
いいとも。ぜひ君も伊藤さんの話を聞いて、大いに見識を広めてくれたまえ。新選組幹部といえど、剣術ばかりではいかんからな。これからは広い視野と深い知識を身につけねばな。
は。
Look at that like smirk. He's like, yeah, I got away with it. I'm able to join them. Heck yeah. What, bruh, nah. Kondo left the common room with Ito and Miki. However, who still sat before... Oh, wait. Kondo left the common room with Ito and Miki, however, who still sat before us. I love his little hoof. He smirked coldly towards us, and he slinked off to leave the common room. I still kinda like him. Okita spoke once Miki's footsteps weren't audible.
まったく、誰なのさ、あんな人たちを連れてきたのは。
Don't look at Toto.
犯人はまだ江戸にいるだろう。平助の野郎、帰ってきたらとっちめてやる。
I mean, meh.
伊藤さんは尊上派なんだろう。長州の奴らと同じ考えの奴がよく新選組に入る気になったもんだな。
Oh, I forgot that meant that they saw that way. Oh. Then why is he in the Shinsengumi if the Shinsengumi is against the Choshu? Interesting.
尊皇攘夷だからって長州と同一視されるのは心外らしい。そもそも尊皇とはどうかなんとかわけのわからねえことを抜かしてやがったんだよ。
What was he going on about the other day?
近藤さんも近藤さんであっさり丸め込まれやがって。
近藤さんってお人よしですからね。
Kondo is a very, very kind person.
ああいう口がうまくてお腹の中が真っ黒な人に騙されやすいんだよな。
Yeah. Yeah. He's subcategory of himbo.
その伊藤さんが参謀で弟が9番組組長か。めんどくさいことになったぜ。
That's gonna be a real bitch. Eventually, Toshi approached Sanan, who weakly hung his head, facing the floor in shame.
三男さん、あんな奴の言うことなんざ気にするんじゃねえぞ。
Yeah. I say that half-heartedly. Sanan laughed dryly and shook his head.
伊藤さんは学識も高く弁舌に優れ剣の腕も確かな方ですよ。
Aww. Now I'm feeling extremely, extremely bad. Oof.
優秀な参謀の入隊でついに総長はお役御免というわけですね。
Oh, baby, no. Okay. Sana, no. You can still be a colonel.
おい、三男さん。
Yeah. Oh. I'd probably feel even more bad if he wasn't such a jerk earlier. Poor dude. Sanan left the room as Toshi's voice trailed behind, echoing in the hall.
三男さんも気の毒にな。あの調子だから近頃は大使連中にも避けられちまってる。
I mean, he keeps snapping at people and getting angry. What? But why?
無理もねえだろう。どんな言葉をかけても全部悪く取られちまうし。
Yeah, he's like, after the injury, he's been thinking in like the wrong mindset and just,
何を言っても皮肉と嫌味しか返ってこねえから、大使たちも怯えちまって近づかねえんだよ。
yeah. Oh no. Poor Sanan. Even though I haven't been here as long as the captains, I knew Sanan well, or was so well liked by the other warriors before his injury. Oh my goodness. Bleh.
土方さん、 伊藤さんたちなんて適当な理由をつけてさっさと追い出しちゃってくださいよ。
Like trying to kick someone out of a Discord server that you just don't like, but they didn't like go against any of the rules, so it's like just come up with something.
あの人たちが来てから僕、毎晩嫌な夢ばっかり見るんですよね。
Mm-hmm.
そんなことできるわけねえだろうが。
If only that was possible.
近藤さんはすっかり伊藤さんに心酔してるみてえだしな。伊藤さんと一緒に入隊してきた連中もそんな扱いをされりゃ黙っちゃいねえだろ。
Yeah, the men would definitely leave.
役に立たない人だな。無理を通すのが鬼副長の役目でしょ。
んじゃてめえが副長やりゃいいだろうが。で、あいつらを追い出せ。
おお。
嫌に決まってるじゃないですか。そんなめんどくさいの。
The consensus was that Ito was not to be trusted, and it seems no one spoke in his defense. Only one, during all of this, quietly sipped his tea. Is it Saito? Baby. Saito quietly looked up at me as I poured more tea into his cup. Aw, baby. So, what do you think about Ito? I mean, about Ito joining, that is.
様々な考えを持つ者が属してこそ、タイというのは広がりを見せるものだ。
Yeah. So then...
だが無理に広げようとすると、内部から瓦解を始めることもある。
Oof. Yep. His words hung in the air, a dark omen for the future of the Shinsengumi. It was considered of Ito to join, but his presence seemed to be a recipe for dissension, if not outright disaster. Lee. The setting sun glowed through the windows with a warm, rich maroon, my bad, an ominous kind of beauty. Oh my goodness. It's cold. I came out into the yard and my body stopped due to the cold. Guess spring will take a while. ... I wasn't too fond of Ito, but it was Sanan and his condition that truly worried me. I really wish his arm would just heal. That arm, or perhaps more accurately the lack of it, was the source of his change in personality. Still, as nice as it would be for Sanan's arm to simply start working again, that seemed like the stuff of a child's fable, not real life. That was when I remembered.
薬でも何でも使ってもらうしかないですね。三男さんも納得してくれるんじゃないかな。
Oh? What? Take what?
掃除。めったなこと言うもんじゃねえ。
Oh, what?
幹部が羅刹になってどうするんだよ。
Excuse me, what? You take something to join and be a fury? Okita was talking about the Shinsengumi having some secret serum back in the day. Judging from how they spoke of it, it's an item with circumstances. Oh, I was saying it right, my bad. And I was not to know about the existence of that serum. If I were to look into it without approval, there was no doubt that I'd be punished. But I'm the daughter of a doctor. I'm pretty sure I had more knowledge on medicine than the men of the Shinsengumi did. Oh. I kinda don't want him to do anything rash. I really don't want him to do anything rash. I'm gonna muster the courage to look into this. Where should I investigate? My room is in the Yagi house. There are some rooms that I'm not allowed to enter, but the captains live here as well, and I'd finally learned how to navigate the building. However, there was another building that was part of the headquarters for the Shinsengumi, aside from the Yagi house. Yeah, isn't it the something house? Some of the leaders, along with other warriors, lived in the... Yeah, that one, the Makawa house diagonal from Yagi. And Sanan, who's injured, has been holed up in the Nambu residence located behind Yagi. Oh, so there's a third. There's a third one. Nambu residence, located in the back of the Yagi residence. Sanan takes refuge here after suffering injuries, and is later used to hide other furies. Oh, dang. Oh, wait, other furies. Does that mean he is a fury now? Oh. Since it's a residence, one cannot just stroll there casually, and since it is barely used by anyone other than Sanan, it is a little isolated. If there are secrets being kept from me, then they have to be kept in a place I'd never think to check. If I were to look into it, it would either be in the forbidden areas of the Yagi residence. Which should I look into? I mean, all of the sources about that seems to be in the Nambu residence, so... Even though probably going to the Yagi house or whatever would maybe possibly get me to talk to Saito, I want to investigate this. Once I was quite sure everyone in the Yagi house was asleep, I made my move. So far, so good. Luckily, I was able to get into the entrance without anything happening, and I sighed with relief. Ah, he caught me! The surprise of seeing someone froze me. It's been like a year since the MC has joined. I don't think she's running away. Okita, well, I'm not.
一体何が違うのかな。こんな夜中に人目を盗んで部屋を抜け出すなんて、脱走以外考えられないんだけど。
Oh, serious, Okita. Look, well, it's not like that. How was I supposed to explain to him? The more I panicked, the more I choked up.
冗談だよ。もし君が本当に脱走したら、切っちゃえばいいだけだし。
Ah, you meanie.
逃げたところでどうせ行くあてもないだろうしね。
He's not wrong. She'd be squashed like a bug. You're right. He was right. Even if I somehow managed to escape the Shinsengumi, I would lose my best chance at finding my father.
何にせよ、さっさと部屋に戻りなよ。子供が遊ぶ時間じゃないんだから。君だってあらぬ疑いをかけられて切られたくないでしょ。
Like that time you guys found me? Yeah. Maybe Okita was right, that it was reckless of me to investigate the serum, and thoughts swirled in my head before Okita spoke up again.
もし怖いものを見たら、すぐに声を上げて助けを呼ぶんだよ。
Is he giving me his blessing to look? I feel like he is.
一人で何とかしようなんて思わなくてもいいから。わかった。
Oh. Oh, dang, this is getting serious. Uh-huh. I don't know if what I'm hearing is music in the background or if it's something from outside. He'd sounded rather serious for a moment. What do you mean by something scary? What could I run into in the Shinsengumi's headquarters that could be as scary as he thinks? He looked almost surprised for a moment, his face breaking into a wry grin.
そうだな。
そうなんだ。何？
怖い夢とか、お化けとか、あ、鬼副長なんてのもあるかもね。
Eh? I don't think that's what he's referring to. That does sound scary. If Toshi found out that I was walking around the compound without permission, I'm gonna go back to my room now.
そうそう。おとなしく寝てるのが賢明だよ。僕は中庭をもう一回りしてこようかな。
Fine. Okita started to hum as he walked away. I didn't expect to be found, especially by Okita of all people. There was no way I could sneak into the Nanbu house behind his back. Maybe I could investigate the Yagi house before going back to my room. Wait. I was so surprised I hadn't stopped to think. Why was Okita up so late? It was as if he expected someone to leave the Yagi house. But there's no way he could have known I would try. If not me, then who? Who indeed? Who indeed? It was night at the Yagi house and dead silent. I tiptoed down the halls as quietly as possible. Dang, so we still had to investigate the Yagi residence. Ooh, I'm shifting in my seat. I apologize if you hear my chair squeakies. Huh? Were my ears playing tricks on me, or did someone just walk into the common room? ... I would be in trouble if someone saw me, so I did my best to blend into the shadows and hide. After a few moments of heart-pounding seclusion, my curiosity got the best of me. I departed my hiding place and crept towards the common room. I peered inside. Inside was Sanan. I wonder why. Something felt wrong. I just stood there. What is Sanan doing here late at night? I was at a loss. Should I speak to him? Or before I could make up my mind, he turned. What? Was he a bad person all along? I'm so confused on what's going on. Sanan gazed directly at me and muttered.
Yukimura-kun, そこにいるのでしょ? 出てきなさい.
No, I don't know who you're talking to. I guess he spotted me. Frick. I gave up and made myself visible to Sanan. I'm sorry if it seemed like I was snooping or watching what you were doing.
別に叱るつもりはありませんよ.
No, if anything, it sounds like he's ready to, like, kill me and slice me up in half.
夜中に怪しい人影を見かけたら気にかかるのは当然でしょうしね.
Yeah. ... Question mark. It was very subtle, but I noticed something was off in Sanan's attitude. Yeah, he's acting very creepy. He had a peaceful smile, something I hadn't seen for what felt like ages. It was a bit too peaceful, as if his worries had suddenly left him. It was an expression I've never seen since he'd gotten injured. Sanan, did something good happen?
ええ、ありましたよ.
What did you do? What did you do?
というより、ようやく決心できたと言うべきでしょうか.
What are you going to do? Something swished in his hand. Sanan, what is that?
これが気になりますか?
Oh, is it the serum? Oh my goodness. After his cryptic reply, he showed me what was in his hand. Sanan was holding a small bottle made from fine idro? First to glass, also called poppin'. The glass was filled with a crimson liquid that looked like a poisonous chemical to me.
これは君の父親であるコードーさんが幕府の密使を受けて作った薬です.
Wait, is it like super soldier stuff? Oh goodness. What? The shogunate ordered my father to do something?
もともと西洋から渡来したものだそうですよ. 人体に劇的な変化をもたらす飛躍としてね。
Please don't tell me you're planning on taking it. Please don't tell me. What do you mean by utterly transform?
単純な表現をすると筋力や自己治癒力の増強でしょうか。
And that's the Furies, isn't it? It's the Furies. ... It sounded like something out of a fairy tale. If such a thing were to truly exist, the serum would be considered a miracle cure. But
しかしこの薬には致命的な欠陥がありました。
is it white hair and a thirst for blood? His smile twisted only a little. Oh no, he's gone crazy.
強すぎる薬の効能が人の精神を狂わすに至ったのです。
I bet he's probably thinking I'm already mad. He's probably thinking that
薬を飲んだ人間がどうなったか。
it is the Furies.
その姿は君も目にしたことがありますね。
It is the Furies. He's gonna take it. Please don't take it. Ah! He's gonna take it. Of course. I'd seen the results of that madness the night I first met the Shinsengumi. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that Okita and Saito had killed off that monster with the white hair.
君は察しがいいですね。そう。あの時の大使たちですよ。
Frick. He's thinking on taking it. It's kind of like... He's like, what's the point anymore? I'll just take it. And maybe I'll be useful then, even if I'm mad.
薬を与えられた彼らは理性を失い、血に狂う化け物となり果てました。
Oh no. His words brought a sharp chill down my spine. Oh, horrible.
切り合いの最中、血が流れるたびに狂っていては、強靭な肉体を手に入れた意味がありません。行動さんは新選組という実験場でこの薬の改良を行っていたのですよ。
Oh boy. No. My father conducting experiments on human beings that made them go mad at the sight of blood? I couldn't believe it. No, I didn't want to believe it. But there's no reason for Sanan to lie either. I saw it before my very eyes. Then, did father really? Sanan shrugged off my disbelief and continued.
しかし残念ながら彼は行方不明となり、薬の研究は中断されてしまいました。
Rick.
行動さんが残した資料をもとにして私なりに手を加えたものがこれです。
Dude, you don't mess with chemicals you don't know about. Oh no. He smirked and shook the bottle gently. The liquid inside sloshed from side to side, almost lazily.
その原液をできる限り薄めてあります。
Oh no. ... I had so many questions to ask him, but I didn't even know where to start. So I simply spoke the first thing that came to mind. If you drink that, will you be okay? So that serum, will it prevent you from going mad?
まだわかりません。誰にも試していないものですから。
Oh, he's definitely gotten mad scientist vibes. His smile faded.
ですが、飲めば私の腕は治ります。
You mean you're actually considered taking it? Considering taking it. He had no guarantee that it wouldn't simply kill him outright, and even if he did survive, it might well drive him insane. Sanan, Please, reconsider this. I'm sure there's some other way. You don't need to rely on this.
こんなものにでも頼らなければ私の腕は治らないのですよ。私はもはや用済みとなった人間です。普通の大使まで陰口を叩いているのは知っています。
サナン。
あなたにはわからないでしょうね。
I mean, the MC is a girl who's very much misunderstood.
大いなる志を持って同志と共に江戸から登ってきたというのに
They're still behind you.
何の役にも立てぬままお情けで重職を与えられている私の気持ちなど
You were given the position before you got injured. You're doing the best that you can. They're giving you chances. How can you say it's pity? You're a leader here. The Shinsengumi respects and needs you now, more than ever. Sanan's eyes dotted with melancholy, flashing a brief smile that entertained the idea behind my words. He has truly gone mad.
私は剣客としてもこの新選組に必要なのですよね。
Just because you hurt your arm doesn't mean you're useless. Someone seemed bitterly focused on the words Toshi said earlier. They really did affect him.
剣客として死に、ただ生きた屍になれというのであれば、人としても死なせてください。
Oh, no. No!
失敗すると決まったわけではありません。そう分の悪い賭けではありませんよ。
No. No, 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 no. Sanan smiled as he said that, but there's no way to know what might happen to him. Considering the worst that could happen, I couldn't sit by and allow him to do this. The last thing he needs is more people. The last thing, yeah. I still don't think you should take that serum. There's a higher chance that it'll fail, right? If the others knew that you were here doing this, they would all try and stop you.
確かに、東堂君あたりは落胆するかもしれませんね。彼は人がいいですから。
Yeah. That's why I'm giving it a chance and I didn't scream. I thought at first that he was beginning to reconsider, but my faint hope was shattered with words of resignation. Oh my goodness. No. No, it didn't work. What? No, you're not being pitied. This is not pity. Those were his last words. He suddenly gulped down the red liquid stored in the bottle of fine Idro. No! The bottle slipped from Sanan's hands and crashed into 1,000 tiny bits on the floor. A scarlet drop oozed down from the corner of his lip. Sanan crumbled to the floor. Sanan! I paused, uncertain. He groaned in agony and pulled his hand back to grip his chest over his heart. It's clear he was suffering. Hang in there. I'll go get someone right now. I took a step forward, about to place my hand gently on his back. His right arm whipped out, almost too fast to see, and threw me across the room. I slammed into the wall and slid to the floor. I could barely breathe. My vision went blurry for a moment. I coughed once and looked up. just in time to see Sanan land and on top of me, his hands already reaching for my throat. Frick. Don't let it take you. Please don't let it take it. Don't let it take you. His right arm reached for my throat, and he relentlessly started to choke me. The hands around my throat were Sanan's, but the man behind them was someone else. His silver white hair glistening in the dim light. Sanan, come on. His bright, maddening red eyes showing through his bangs. I knew those eyes. His eyes were the eyes of a predator, not a man. I saw eyes just like the night I arrived in Kyoto. Those creatures in the alley, drenched in blood? Monsters. As he choked me, I desperately tried to keep breathing. No, this wasn't a monster. This was Sanan. He was still the man I knew. Frick. Suddenly the fingers around my neck loosened. Got this, you got this, you got this! Oh my goodness, you got this. Hattie, just let me go. You got this, you got this. I crumbled to the floor, and I gasped for air through a throat still red with his handprint. My tearful eyes caught sight of Sanan, whose hair now shined white brightly. No, Sanan, no. In the depth of those red eyes, there was a faint sign of reason. Sanan, are you back? No! What? His words weren't registering in my head, and I could do nothing but look into his eyes. Oh my goodness, I am sweating so hard I feel the drip going down my arm. Oh my goodness, this is stressing me out. No! In this moment, memories of when I'd first arrived in Kyoto and of the Ikaida incident flashed before me. I witnessed so many deaths in this time. I came to terms with the idea that for a member of the Shinsengumi, death is a constant. But never could I imagine taking someone's life. Most of all, Sanan's. No, I can't. I couldn't do that. I mean, you're still you, Sanan. Oh, I'll take it. I'll take it. Yes, I have huge amounts of faith. No! Sanan shouted at me and grabbed my collar. I could see his red eyes flickering. Sanan struggled with his remaining willpower to fend against the madness boiling inside of him. I'll take that risk. His right hand slid off my throat, and I felt it land on the hilt of my sword. No. No. What's he doing? As I stood there confused, Sanan's fingers wrapped around the handle and began to pull. No, 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 no. Oh no. No! Too late. I realized what he meant to do, and I felt ice creep up my side. Sanan, please, you can't! Don't. Please don't. I tried with all of my might to pry his arm away and prevent him from drawing my sword, but... No. I can't. Oh, he still had more, I'm sorry. He spoke in starts and stops now. as tendrils of madness began to pull him under.
死な
My sword was now completely drawn, and he pointed it towards his breast over his heart. Sanan! Just as the white, shining tip of the blade was about to pierce his heart. Sanan screamed in anguish, dropping the sword he was gripping. Sanan! What just happened? When I ran towards him, Sanan collapsed to the floor. Oh no. Sanan, hang in there! Sanan! I ran over to him and rushed to check his pulse. He's still breathing. He only lost consciousness. This alone gave me a great feeling of relief. But suddenly, the door behind me slid open. I rushed to look back when...
Sannan-san.
Okita. Sanan, he's... Okita had a cold expression.
どいてくれる?
His eyes narrowed, and I saw them flick around the room, from Sanan's limp body to myself to the shattered vial. Okita's mouth tightened, and he bent down to lift Sanan off the floor.
あの薬を飲んだ直後って内臓を握りつぶされるぐらい苦しいらしいんだ。多分最初の衝撃に耐えかねて気を失っちゃったんだろうね。
Oh. After finding that it wasn't life-threatening, I felt a pang of relief.
でも本当の苦しみはこれからなんだけどね。
Frick.
三男さんにはまだ死んでもらうわけにはいかないから頑張ってもらわなきゃ。
Mate. His tone was surprisingly detached considering the circumstances, and Okita picked up Sanan before leaving the room. Once they left, I collapsed to the floor out of supreme exhaustion and slumped into myself. Nope. When the dog started going off. ... I finally tapped into the secrets of the Shinsengumi. For so long, it was kept from me, and now their forbidden secrets were revealed. My mind went blank due to confusion and fear, but I knew what I saw. Frick. After Sanan collapsed, the captains rushed into the room. They must have heard the commotion from the common room. Everything glowed white after, and I realized that I was in a daze. None of their words stuck in my ear, and I wobbled back to my room.
まったく手間がかかる子だよね、君って。
Okita had taken me back to my room, and I heard him as soon as he opened the door for me.
説明してくれるかな。どうして三男さんと一緒にいたの？
Well, you see, Okita was never particularly pleasant to me, but his tone was even harsher than usual. I felt like there was someone in the common room. I was curious, so I had a look. I found Sanan there. Okita's lackadaisical response seemed disarming, and he just scanned me. Although my mind had cleared somewhat, it was still difficult to keep my thoughts organized. One, however, rose quickly to the surface. Is it true that my father had something to do with that stuff that Sanan drank?
三男さんから聞いたの？それ。
Yes. He said it makes you stronger, but it drives you mad. He fixed his eyes warily on the ceiling above us, sighing before eventually answering my question.
君は薬をここに持ち込んだ人の娘だし、狂った大使とも実際に会ってるし。 少しぐらいなら聞かせてあげてもいいかな。
Should have told me long ago.
本当なら殺しちゃいたいところだけど。
His manner of speaking was far removed than his usual joking self when he mentioned killing. But this time, it felt like he meant it. He could kill me at any time.
薬のことについて何か質問ある？一つくらいなら答えてあげるけど。
I desperately searched for the words. Why did the Shinsengumi get involved in something like this?
僕たちの役目は今日を騒がせる不定労使を取り締まることだけど、簡単な仕事じゃないっていうことぐらい君にだってわかるよね。
It very much is not. Yeah. Among the Ronin, there are plenty that are actually skilled swordsmen. When I was on rounds, I saw many such men fighting and dueling amongst themselves.
今日に来たばかりの頃はとにかく人手が足りなくてね。僕たちの名前なんて全然知られてないし、給金だって満足に出なかったからさ。入隊希望者なんてめったにいないし、たまに来ても得体の知れないゴロつきばっかり。そんな時、幕府の人が薬の実験を持ちかけてきたんだ。
So they basically became lab rats. An experiment. That must have been what Sanan was referring to. So, you knew what the side effects were, and you still made them take it?
もちろん、彼らも承知の上だよ。新選組にはね、局中ハットっていうのがあるんだ。
Rules of conduct. Shinsengumi regulations that were to be strictly obeyed, and the penalty for disobedience was honorable suicide. It was also referred to as the code.
隊をまとめるための決まりみたいなものなんだけど。
Yeah.
それに背くと即切腹を申し付けられる。
Cut yourself open?
あれ？何驚いてるの？武士の責任の取り方って言えば切腹しかないじゃない。
Sambuku. ... Traditionally, when samurai disgraced themselves, they drove their swords into their bellies. I had thought such traditions were obsolete, and that now the worst they do is pretend to cut themselves open with a fan.
でもまあ、どうせ死んじゃうんだし、最後にもう一度役に立ってもらった方がいいでしょ。だから、切腹するか、薬を飲むか、好きな方を選んでもらうことにしたんだ。かわいそうだよね。本当に。
Yeah. ... I couldn't think of anything to say. What sort of a choice was that? Death by your own hand, or madness and death by someone else's? The men that I'd encountered that winter night, had their last thoughts as men been hope they might survive the madness? It sounded horrible.
簡単に強くなれる薬があれば便利だよね。
It should be, but it's not. It's not that easy. It's never that easy.
実際は全然大したことなかったんだけど、僕たちでも簡単に切っちゃえるぐらい。
In a moment, I was taken back to that fateful night when Okita dispatched the warriors with white hair without any effort.
三男さんはこれからどうなるんだろうね。
I was worried too. Was Sanan okay? Would he change? My stomach was twisting itself into knots. I need a drink. I need a drink. Frick, oh my goodness. Oh. And so, the long night broke. The captains of the Shinsengumi gathered in the common room.
みんな安心してくれ。峠は越えたようだよ。
The room collectively breathed a sigh of relief.
で、どうなんだ三男さんの様子は。
今はまだ寝てる。静かなものだよ。
今までの大使たちみてえになっちまってるのか、それとも。
Inoue simply shook his head.
確かなことは目を覚ますまでわからんね。
I'm gonna turn down the volume just a hair bit. Because it was a little bit loud for me, so I think it might have been a little loud for you guys as well.
見た目は昨日までと変わらないんだが。
The white hair's gone? Suddenly then, the door slid open.
おはようございます、皆さん。ご機嫌いかがかしら？
Last thing we need is you to be here. Can't the commander tell him to leave?
うげとはご挨拶ですのね。皆さん、お顔の色が優れない様子ですけど。
Yeah, so get out.
そりゃ、朝っぱらからあんたの顔見たせいに決まってるだろうが。
まあ、長倉くんったら冗談がお上手ですこと。
Dang, he calls everyone darling. Ito dismissed Nagakura's snide remark, and he turned to face the standing warriors.
皆さんの顔色がよろしくないのは、もしかして昨晩の騒ぎと関わりがあるのかしら？
Does he know?
いや、だな。
Desperately, Kondo's eyes flew around the room as if looking for someone to offer an excuse.
よし、ごまかせその。
あ、俺か実は昨日。
大根役者は出しゃばらないでくれるかな。
Oh, Okita.
そういうのだったらもっと得意な人がいるじゃない。
Oh, dang. Stepping up to play. You go, Okita. Okita turned to Saito expectantly, and the latter spoke up at once. Oh no, he's talking about Saito. Okay.
伊藤参謀がお察しの通り、昨晩屯所内にて事件が発生しました。
まあ、事件ですって？
はい。ですが我々もまだ全容を把握できてはいない状況です。今の時点での説明は余計な誤解を招くばかりかと。
Oh, Saito is so good with words.
ですので今夜にでも場を設け、詳しくお伝えさせていただきたく存じます。
そういうことですの。事情は分かりましてよ。今夜のお呼ばれ、心待ちにしていますわ。では、ごめん遊ばせ。
Jeezums, thank God he left. Ito brandished another strange smile, stood, nodded, and left the room promptly.
なんとか見逃してもらえたみたいだね。
What do you mean?
伊藤さんはなんだかんだで頭が回る人だからな。幹部が勢ぞろいしてる場に三男さんだけいねえんだ。
He probably made a conclusion that something happened to Sanan.
あの人絡みで何かあったってことぐらいすぐ感づくだろ。
Yep. Oh. Ito had likely guessed at what took place, but decided not to press the issue. Sanan. I had looked up just in time to see Sanan shuffle through the door. Sanan!
そんな化け物を見るような目で見られても困りますよ。
They're not.
三男さん、起きてていいのかい？
少し気だるいですがね。これも薬の副作用でしょう。あの薬を飲んでしまうと昼間動くことが困難になりますから。
Jeez. Sanan looked a little pale, but it didn't look too difficult for him to stand and speak. But if it's hard for him to move during the day?
私はもう人ではありません。
Those words sunk our hearts heavily. Even the captains fell silent on his solemn admission. Oosh.
いや、三男君、君が生きていてくれてよかった。
Yeah, he's alive.
我々はそれだけで十分だと思う。
Yeah. Kondo stood and grabbed Sanan's shoulders tightly, his expression bright and endearing. Tears nearly welled in his beaming eyes.
それで腕の方はどうなんです？
まだ本調子ではありませんからね。自分でもよくわからないのですが。
He lifted his left arm, the arm that before had hung limp at his side, and flexed his hand. It didn't look any different than before his injury.
治っているようですね。少なくとも不便がない程度には。
Thank goodness. In spite of the chaos from last night, his wish to use his arm once more came true. However,
あの薬を飲んだってことは昼間動けねえようになっちまったんだろう。それなのにタイムに参加なんてできるのか？
his voice was calm, almost careless.
解決策はあります。私が死んだことにすればいい。
Oof.
これから私は薬の成功例として羅刹を束ねていこうと思っています。
Oh.
サンナンさん、それ本気で言ってるのか？
I think he lost it long ago.
あんた、自分が何を言ってるのか分かってるのかよ？
分かっていますとも。長倉君、君こそ忘れたのですか？我々は薬の存在を伏せるよう幕府から命じられているのですよ。私が死んだことにすれば今までのように薬の存在を隠し通すことができる。
Yeah.
それにもし薬の持つ副作用を消すことができるのだとすれば、それを使わない手はないでしょう。
They seemed to be against Sanan's idea, though no one said anything. Who would want to consign a friend to a life of secrecy, lived in shadows? But
薬の実験は幕府からのお達しでもあるしな。そうするしかないか。
まあ、三男さんが自分で選んだ道ですし、止めたって聞く人じゃないですよね。
yeah.
よくわかっていますね。その通りですよ。
Toshi scoffed at Sanan's suggestion, and bitterness frothed from his words.
豚書移転の話、冗談じゃ済まされなくなったな。三男さんを伊藤派の目から隠すには広い豚書が必要だ。ここじゃ狭すぎる。
同意します。薬の研究を続けるのであれば、なおのこと移転を急ぐべきかと。
よし、ろくに寝てねえとこ悪いが、話し合いを始めさせてもらうぜ。雪村、お前は部屋に戻ってろ。ゆうべ、ろくに寝てねえだろ。
Yeah. Okay, understood. Please excuse me. I bowed to everyone and left the common room. I'm happy that Sanan was safe, but a whole flurry of new concerns arose. Learning of my father's horrible work. What will become of me? Will I be safe? Such thoughts buzzed heavily in my head as I walked back to my room. Jeez, oh my goodness, that was a lot. That was a lot. June 1865. I need to recover from that. Oh my goodness. Ah, jeez, Oh. Our emperor had passed, and our year moved from the 2nd of Ganji to the 1st of, Kyo. It was 3 months since we'd moved the headquarters to Nishi Hongwanji. I keep seeing the last word. Headquarters. After leaving Mibu, the Shinsengumi relocated their headquarters to the Nishi Hongwanji temple. Oh, I have to back. There's a lot more room, but more room meant, well, further to walk. I'd walked through it almost every day for weeks, and I was finally beginning to learn my way around. As I turned a corner near the back of the compound, I caught sight of someone sitting in the shadows. There you are, Sanan. Your food's ready.
Ah, kimi deshita ka. Arigatou.
Mm-hmm. The snow disappeared, the cherry blossoms bloomed and fled, and now the swallows and the heat came. Sanan and I exchanged a pair of smiles, and I held out my hands to let the breeze brush across them. It's really gotten warm lately.
ええ。まあ、今の私には風より日差しの強さの方が勘に触りますがね。
Yeah. Really? I didn't think the sun was particularly strong that day, but to Sanan, who hid in the shadows and out of sight during the day, it must have been unbearable. Yeah. Oh. I need to adjust my position again, because oh my gosh. I kept getting closer and closer to my screen during all of that. The night he changed, Sanan's hair turned white, and in his eyes was a thirst for blood. Oof. He was officially recorded as deceased, but he in fact drank the water of life and became a Fury. He's in command of the Fury Corps. Dang. ... But looking at his peaceful smile now made it hard to imagine such a night was real. If someone told me it was all a bad dream, I would have believed it. It wasn't a dream though, and now Sanan spends his days hiding from the sunlight and from others. ... For just a moment, the sun lit on Sanan's hair. I don't know if it was a trick of the light or simply my mind being foolish, but in that moment, his hair was a brilliant white.
どうかしましたか?
Nothing.
幽霊でも見るような目つきで人を見るのは良いこととは思えませんが。
Sorry. Oh, no, nothing at all. He looked perfectly normal now, of course. Surely, I thought, I must have simply imagined it. Even if I had, there was no denying that he was the same man who went mad with bloodlust. The fear of the night cast a shadow over my heart. Ooh. It was unnerving. Todo and I made our way through the crowded as usual streets of Kyoto at a brisk pace. You know, I haven't gone out on patrol with you in quite a while, Todo.
ああ、そうかもな。俺、長いこと江戸に行ってたし。俺の留守中どうだった？
I don't want to tell you.
新八さんとか佐野さんにいじめられたりしなかったか？
Everything was fine, and they were kind to me.
そっか。ならいいけど。親父さんの行方はどうなんだ？手がかりとか見つかったか？
He's such a cute little boy. Oh my goodness, he's so sweet. None at all.
やっぱ見つからねえか。俺も江戸に戻った時、お前の家の様子を見に行ってみたんだけどな。人が戻ってきた様子はなかったし、ほんとどこに行っちまったんだろうな。
The somberness of Toto's expression started to rub off on me. Now, I was depressed. Oh, thank you for taking the time to look anyway.
いや、別に礼を言われるようなことじゃねえって。そもそもお前が今みてえに自由に外に出られねえのも、元はといえば俺たちの。
Toto? Toto stopped himself mid-sentence, which was jarring. Ever since he returned from Edo, he's looked glum. Hey, Toto? How about you? It's been a while since you were in Kyoto. Does it seem different from Edo?
そうだな。街も人も結構変わった気がする。
Huh? I wondered what was going through his head. Did something happen to him in Edo? His sudden change of character confused me. Yeah, it is a little bit jarring. Toto's head jerked up slightly, and he looked across the street. He stood on his toes and waved.
おい、ソージ、そっちの様子はどうだった？
特に何も。いつも通りだね。
Oh. Okita was out on patrol as well, although his route took him through a different part of the city.
でも、将軍上洛の時には忙しくなるんじゃないかな。
The shogun's coming to visit Kyoto?
そう。近藤さんも張り切ってるよ。近藤さん、家持公のことをすごく尊敬してるから。
Ah, I see. I hope it turns out well. Right, Toto?
まあ、近藤さんはそうだろうな。
What happened, Toto? What happened in Edo? You've gotta tell me, my dude. You gotta tell me what's up. Oh my goodness, what happened? He's not the same. Huh? Something had really gotten into him. I glanced at Okita to see if he noticed anything. Okita, why are you coughing? Okita, are you alright?
平気だよ。ちょっと風邪をひいちゃったみたい。
That's never a good sign. Ah, I see. Well, please take care of yourself. I have medicine to treat colds, so I'll give you some when we return.
そう。ありがとう。君でもごくたまに役に立つことがあるんだね。
What's the matter? Okita's eyes looked past me, and suddenly, something caught his attention off to the side. Oh no. Oh.
民草のために日々上位を論ずる我ら志士に尺の一つや二つ自分からするのが当然であろうが。
Patriot, a person who devotes themselves to their country, sometimes going so far as to give their life in the process. Oh, I wish I had my angry emote right now. Across the street, a clump of perhaps 3 or 4 men were harassing a young girl. Okita, Toto.
わかってるって。お前はここで待ってろ。
But it appeared that Okita got to them first. You get him, Okita!
やれやれ。上位って言葉も君たちに使われるんじゃかわいそうだよ。
Like, I really do not like people who think that they are like everything just because they've done something and think they deserve everything. And that is, like, including harassing people. So infuriating. The usual crowd shuffled away from Okita and the men as quickly as they could. No one wanted to be near the sight of an unsheathed blade. The Ronin's eyes found Okita's jacket, and the men stiffened.
その羽織、新選組か。
知ってるなら話が早いな。どうする？
Yeah, what's it gonna be? Gonna back off? His lips curled into a predatory smile as his hands gripped his sword. There was no mirth in that rictus grin. And the Ronin's face grew... oh my god. And the Ronin's faces grew much paler. Their moods were not totally deflated yet, as their red ringleader made one more attempt. Oh, damn. Yeah. The sight of two Shinsengumi blue jackets standing shoulder to shoulder was enough to deter the men. That's right. Scram. Get off our lawn. The last of the color drained from their faces, and they turned tail and ran. That's right, run away with with your tail in between your legs. Oops, sorry. Where I've put my mic now, I've placed my mic differently, so I keep accidentally hitting it. I do apologize. You aren't going to go after them. Arrest them? I mean, they were harassing a lady. I would arrest them. ... I didn't really mean it like that. Very interesting. She has official art, which makes me suspicious. Kaoru Nagumo. Nagumo? The protagonist saved this girl while on patrol with Okita and Todo. She bears a striking resemblance to the protagonist. Oh, I thought that was just art style. I watched as the girl gave Okita a quick bow. She was so refined, so ladylike. Even dressed like a girl. I doubted I could ever be as elegant as her. Oh, Okita's just like, I know what thoughts you're having. Don't think this way. You are better than her. I'd only just begun to feel sorry for myself when suddenly I felt a hand on my arm. Whoa, Okita? Eh? He shoved me next to the girl we just rescued, then stepped back to stroke his chin thoughtfully. Her hair is a little bit more lighter. Very faintly. Very faintly. While the MC's is more like reddish tinted a little bit more. The MC's eyes are also a little bit lighter. There's very slight difference, but I think that might just be me thinking into things too hard. Okita? I glanced nervously towards the girl and attempted to smile kindly under the circumstances. The smile she gave me in return was beautiful. There was something about it that seemed odd. Wait, is this like... No, I can't... No. She seems familiar. I was thinking at first maybe it was a boy pretending to be a girl, but the voice actor was very feminine. We look alike? That's when I finally realized. She was identical to whom I saw in the mirror. You go, Todo. He sees it. Oh. How did she know? Oh. My goodness. She must be a bad dude. She must be. If she frickin'... Anybody who instantly knows that the MC is a girl who isn't a boy we can romance, I instantly find suspicious as all heck. She? Oh, I had to say something. But what? She saw through my confusion, or perhaps it was something else.
きちんとお礼をしたいのですけれど、今は所用がありまして。
Right, I'm giving you suspicious eyes right now. Important errand. Yeah, no.
ご無礼、ご容赦くださいね。
I do not trust you.
このご恩はまたいずれ。新選組の沖田総司さん。
The way she specifically said Okita. She had it through her mind. She was like, okay, so his name is Okita. I now know one of their names. I don't trust it. Ow, my tongue. With that, the girl who called herself Karu. That's why. Oh my goodness. I was like, I recognize that name. Why do I recognize that name? Karu disappeared into the crowds of Kyoto, although the uneasiness created by her presence remained.
おいおい、ありゃ掃除に気でもあるんじゃねえの？
今のがそう見えたんなら、平助は一生佐野さんに勝てないよね。
どういう意味だよ？
Hit. Their back and forth continued, but my mind was elsewhere. Last night's rain left a number of puddles on the road, and when I looked into them, I saw a strange girl who looked just like me. Kaoru. Huh. Wind caught the surface of the puddle, sending a flurry of ripples across it. That is purposely sounding far away. Alright, I'm coming. I turned and ran towards Todo and Okita, already on their way back to headquarters. The temple was much larger than the compound in Mibu, as advertised. The whole Shinsengumi could gather in the common room with space to spare. As Kondo spoke, his voice echoed grandly throughout the hall. Standing before Kondo were the many proud men under his leadership with glowing expressions.
皆も徳川第14代将軍徳川家持公が上洛されるという話は聞き及んでいると思う。
Iemochi Tokugawa, the 14th Tokugawa shogunate, he married Emperor Kome's sister in support of Imperial Unification, and he was popular with the Emperor and the vassals.
その上洛に伴い、公が二条城に入られるまで、新選組総力をもって警護の任に当たるべしとの要請を受けた。
Are we also gonna see the other boy? I hope we get to we see the other boy. Nijo Castle. A castle built by the Tokugawa shogunate to house the shogun while he was in Kyoto.
将軍校の警護を新選組が？
That is very much a surprise.
こりゃとんでもねえ大出世だな。
Heck yeah.
池田屋や金門の変の活躍で、お偉いさん方も俺たちの働きを認めざるを得なかったんだろうよ。
Yes!
警護中は文字通り、僕らの刀に国の行く末がかかってるってことですか？
Heck yeah!
そういうことだ。てめえら、気合い入れていけよ。
将軍校の警護とはまた大役ですな。
Yeah, and I bet you're probably taking it to your head.
本当に。三男さんが生きていれば、どれほどお喜びになったことか。
The fact that he mentioned it, I feel like he doesn't believe it.
本当に教え方をなくしましたわね。
He's saying that because I think he knows that it's not true. Ito wiped crocodile tears away from his eyes with a silk handkerchief. Wow. Wow. Ito and his followers were told Sanan died. In fact, the entire incident surrounding his transformation had been covered up. Only a few of the men of the Shinsengumi knew the truth.
伊藤さん、こたびの幕命を立派に成し遂げることこそ、亡くなった三男君が真に望んでいることだと思います。
ええ、分かっていますわ。私たちの名を天下に広く知らしめる絶好の機会ですものね。
ともあれ、これから忙しくなりますな。
まずはタイの編成を考えねば。とりあえず俺とトシ、それからソジ。
待ってくれ、近藤さん。ソジは今回外してやってくれねえか。
え？
なぜ
だ？
なんでも風邪が治らねえとかでな。養生しろって散々言ってるのによ。
本当か？大丈夫なのか、ソジ。
大した風邪じゃないんですけどね。土方さんは大げさなんですよ。
何言ってやがるんだ。さっきも咳してただろうが。
Baby! Baby, no!
それ、薬を売りつけるための工場ですか？何を言われても石田三役は買いませんよ。
Oh no, this better not be a build-up of something worse. This better not be a build-up.
そんなんじゃねえよ。いいから、言う通りにしろ。
I swear if it's a build-up and you're gonna make me emotional. I gave Okita some pretty strong medicine not too long ago. I wonder if that didn't work. Or maybe he doesn't have a cold, but rather he's inhaling dust from the lack of cleaning here. Then, suddenly someone raised his hand.
平介、どうしたんだい？
あのさ、近藤さん。実は俺もちょっと調子が。
My bad. I thought he was finished. The way in between these, I either don't give them enough time or I give them way too much time. I can never tell when they're done.
なんだ、平介も風邪か？気をつけないといかんぞ。せっかくの晴れ舞台、全員揃って家持ち子をお迎えしたかったのだがな。
すいません。
すいません。
ああ、いや、責めたわけではないんだ。体調は大事だからな。いずれまた機会もあるであろうし、二人にはその時存分に働いてもらいたい。
Kondo and Toshi continued to discuss their formation, but suddenly Toshi turned to me.
そういや、雪村、お前はどうするんだ？
What am I gonna do? You talking to me? What?
ほうけてるんじゃねえよ。お前は警護に参加するのかって聞いてんだ。
Coming? You want me to come with you? Does Toshi want me to come with him? I can go too?
無論構わんとも。君も今や新選組の一員と言っても過言ではない。ぜひ参加してくれ。
Yes! Could I really go? I hesitated for a moment, confused, and Okita laughed.
まあ言ってもいいんじゃない？そんなに危険もなさそうだしね。
Also, I just realized that the two that have been unwell are also the ones that got injured. Interesting.
長州藩士は今日に出入りできねえから、切った張ったの騒ぎにはならねえだろうし。
Heck yeah. What should I do? I'm just a little concerned about a person like me who's not aware you're coming along, but I was feeling emotionally strained with no leads of my father turning up on rounds. I'll go.
よし、わかった。
よし。
お前には伝令やら使いっ走りを頼むことになると思うがな。
Messenger once again.
こき使ってやるから覚悟しとけ。
I would rephrase that if I were you, good sir. I would rephrase that very much so. Oh, Jesus. In the early days of the Tokugawa shogunate, Nijo Castle was a place for the shogun to stay on his way to the capital. It's been a while since the shogun actually stayed in it, though. We'd met the shogun on the road and begun our escort about 30 minutes earlier, and arrived at the castle relatively recently. By now, I imagined, Kondo, Nagakura, Inoue, and the men were greeting the officials and other important people in the shogun's Richun? I don't know that word. Well, got a job to do. It was my job to tell soldiers when to change shifts and to carry messages back and forth. A glorified errand girl, in other words. I don't see myself as being useless, though, I think. I've come with a message.
お前が伝達係かよ。ここは遊び場じゃねえんだぜ。
You big ol' frickin' meanie! I liked you. Why are you being mean to me? Well, I'm not here to play.
そうかよ。じゃあまともな刀も刺してないお前が何しに来てるんだ?
You have gone down my list of likes. Change your personality, my dude. Stop being a jerk. I can do a lot of things. I've come here to do what I can. Would you mind if we stopped playing games?
言ってみろ。
Exactly. Listen to me, jerk. The chief is currently going around, paying his respects to the people in the castle. Everyone else continue with the guard.
わかった。確かに伝達は聞いたぜ。
That's right. That's right. You listen to me. Uh-huh. That's it? It's that simple?
おい。なんだそのバカ面は。俺が伝達を聞いたのがそんなにおかしいか。
Yeah, because you were just being an ass to me. Oh, well, no, I just...
仕事は仕事だからな。市場を挟むつもりはねえんだよ。ほら、伝達は聞いたんだ。さっさと行け。
Okay. Jeez, went down even more on my list. Mika and I never really got on the best of terms, but maybe he's a reasonable person. After he shooed me away, I continued attending to my duties as a messenger. Squint. In the surroundings of Nijo Castle. Nijo Castle. Oh my, wait, have I been saying Nijo this whole... Nijo. Nijo? Nijo Castle. Yes. I don't believe myself, I'm doubting. I can see the warriors wearing a white uniform, which was different than the afternoon uniform. Well, yes, we've went over this before. They don't seem too nervous. But I guess it makes sense. Some of the Imperial nationalist extremists, oh my goodness, were driven out of Kyoto, and many warriors fled. There's no way anything would happen. A sudden chill ran down the length of my spine. I froze. I knew the feeling. A length of cold steel seeking entry into your flesh, eyes shining with the lust for blood and violence. Since I'd begun living with the Shinsengumi, I felt it more than once. Bloodlust. My eyes were drawn to the roof, where no one would think to look. A large wall cast a shadow, shielding a section of the roof from the moonlight. There, they stood. Oh, frick. Why are you with him? No. You...
さほど鈍いというわけでもないようだ。
They looked very distinctive, unlike any other soldiers I've seen before. But 3 sets of piercing eyes scattered my thoughts, making it hard to think. I had recognized them. Now, I had to put names to faces. Chikage Kazama. Oh dang, this is a different one. A man with ties to the Satsuma domain. He claims to be a demon, and he has a very specific interest in the heroine. Oh no! Kyuju Amaguri. Yeah, we met him a couple times. A mysterious person involved with the Satsuma domain. He claims to be a demon. He too? He too claims? Kyo Shiranui. A person who associates himself with the Chosu domain. He claims to be a demon. Wow. Everyone claiming to be a demon. Jeez, the only one I would believe would be a demon would be the one in the front, in the middle. They were connected to both the Satsuma and the Choshu, and they'd made an effort to impede the Shinsengumi at Ikaida and again at Hamaguri. Why are you here?
そのなぜっつうのはどうやってここに立ち入ったかを聞いてやがんのか。だったら答えは簡単だ。俺ら鬼の一族には人間が作る障害なんざ意味をなさねえんだよ。
Oh, I see his gun now.
我々はある目的のためにここに来た。君を探していたのです。
What? Please explain. I do not comprehend. What? My heart was pounding so hard it could burst. Why do these men know my name? I don't understand. A demon? What do you mean? And what are you here for? No, you must be joking.
鬼を知らぬだと。本気で言っているの。
Huh? He steps forward, cloaked in shadows. When Amaguri spoke, it was calm and peaceful, as if he were reasoning with a frightened child.
君は負った傷がすぐに言えませんか?
Yeah. ... I held my breath.
波の人間とは思えぬほど怪我の治りが早くありませんか?
I mean, people are different with their immune systems. Does he know my secret? I've never revealed it to anyone before. Well, words struggled to come to mind, and just as I was about to deny their accusations.
あ? なんなら血ぶちまけて証明した方が早いか?
Eh? Nani? Huh? Shiranui's gun glistened eerily. ... Are you thinking on shooting me?
貴様貴重な女鬼に傷を負わせるつもりか。
そんなこと言われても、こいつの往生際が悪いんだからしょうがねえだろうが。
What? After Kazuma glared at Shiranui, his eyes drifted towards the Kodachi on my hip again.
鬼を示す生徒、東の鬼が持つ子たち。証拠としては十分にすぎる。
I did not know that there was gonna be demons involved. My family name? What's wrong with Yukimura? I didn't understand what he was saying, and the cold sweat started itching down my spine.
言っておくが、お前を連れて行くのに同意など。
He's not wrong. Frick.
女鬼は貴重だ。共に来い。
No, 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 no. His hand stretched out from the darkness, pale and grasping like the tentacle of some hideous subterranean monster. Oh. Oh. Then a blade flickered through the night. Please be Saito, please be Saito, please be Saito.
おいおい、合いびきならもう少し色気のある場所を選んだ方がいいんじゃねえか?
It's Saito!
またお前たちか。田舎の犬は目端だけは聞くと見える。
Yes!
それはこちらのセリフだ。
Yes! Harada! Saito! My legs almost collapsed, as if the now shattered tension was the only thing keeping me standing. Saito, save me! Please! I teetered backwards, my balance momentarily lost. A strong sinewy hand caught me and pulled me back, its grip hard as steel. No, 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 no! Yes! Yes! Toshi! Toshi! One hand guided me around behind him, even as the other drew his sword.
将軍の首でも取りに来たかと思えば、こんなガキ一人に一体何のよ。
将軍も貴様らも今はどうでもいい。これは我ら鬼の問題だ。
Demon, stronger and more powerful than humans. They have rapid healing powers. Shikage, oh my goodness. Kazama. Kyo Shiranui and Kyoju Amaguri are among their number. Yeah. Oni? His eyes narrowed. Toshi seemed perplexed by Kazuma's statement, as if contemplating the possibility of its truth. Yeah, I'm contemplating it too.
こいつの面を拝むのは金門の変以来だな。
腐れんってとこか。大して嬉しくもねえがな。
Oh, I get it now. With each of the Shinsengumi that went to the separate areas that you could follow, those are the three that appeared because those are the three enemies that they fought. Ah, I see, I see.
再会という意味ではこちらも同じくだ。だが何の考えもわかんな。
Yeah.
我々の邪魔立てをするつもりですか。ならば。
The tension was so thick in the air that I could scarcely breathe. They were a powder keg. They were a powder keg, ready to explode. Even the slightest movement, oh my goodness, could set them off. It wasn't like I could do much. But I still wanted to help them, so I grabbed my sword. Yamasaki! Yamasaki, when did you... Then you're telling me to run away? Yeah, but also if I run away, I wouldn't have anybody protecting me. ... I mean, he may be right, but... Frick no, I'm staying! I'm going to stay here. Don't you dare. By being protected, helping if I need to. I know that staying here might not be the smartest idea, but they called me a demon and told me to come with them. I still didn't know what they'd meant. I needed to know the truth. I just want to stay because Saito. Yes. No! I want my options to matter! Let me stay. What? Kazuma reached for my arm, ready to take me with him by force, but the gun Shiranui held was pointed towards Yamazaki.
Hey,
Jeez. Were those guns even around? I feel like it would have looked differently. At least he drinks respect women juice. Ooh! With this spear, Harada tried to pierce Shiranui in the heart, but yeah, that's a... Shiranui easily dodged his strike. This really makes me want to see the anime and see what they did at this, or with this, I should say. Saito and Amaguri maneuvered nearly into striking distance of one another. Ooh, Saito drew his sword and attempted to strike at Hamaguri. Oh. Hamaguri saw through his movements instantly and dodged the incoming blade. What did he use? Toshi screamed, his voice filled with frustration. I reached for my sword, cried for backup, or didn't move. Oh, my mic again. I don't think much would happen if I reached for my sword. Crying for backup might be the best option. I wasn't helping at all. I was utterly useless in a fight, and I knew it. What could I do then? There's only one thing. Yamazaki! We should go find Kondo. Find Kondo. Just when I screamed that. Well, guess what? I called for help. Hamaguri stared at me. Then suddenly... Yes! Saito! Saito's hand clasped the hilt of his sword as he walked slowly before Hamaguri. Saito, let's go, let's go! I will. Mwah, I love you, Saito. Yes! I am listening to Saito. Got it. I took a few steps back. Yes, thank you. That's good. Oh. I still can't get over his that's good. Oh, Saito.
金門の時と同様、私には君と戦う理由がない。
あいにくだが、俺にはあんたと戦う理由がある。
Yes. His voice was low and controlled, but I thought I sensed a current of tension beneath it. Saito then moved slowly to interdict Amaguri's approach. Was he protecting me? Heck yeah, he is! He's protecting you! Oh my goodness, yes he is.
あくまで邪魔をするつもりですか？いいでしょう。
I just realized I should probably... I'll wait. Oh dang. The giant man flexed his hand, settling into a crouch stance. Saito's hand tightened on his sword. Oh dang. ... For several long moments, neither of them moved. The air was thick with barely contained intensity, and the ground could tear asunder, swallowing us. Seconds felt like hours as the two opponents regarded one another. A shadow drifted across the moon, and the street briefly darkened. There was a blur of movement. Oh, Saito, please be okay, please be okay. When light returned, Saito and Hamaguri stood some distance apart, backs to one another as if they met for a single blow and continued forward. ... Please, Saito, please be okay. I had no idea what had just happened. Saito, please be okay. Their moves were just too fast to keep up with. A breath of wind stirred my hair.
今ので仕留めるつもりだったのですが。ね。
お互い様だ。
Huh. Oh. Okay, Saito is still okay. Neither man looked the least bit surprised or concerned that his intended death blow was avoided. Oh, Saito! Saito's eyes narrowed to piercing blue slits as he turned to face his opponent. Amaguri turned as well, matching Saito's intensity. Oh, Saito! They stood like that for a moment until Amaguri's glare softened. He didn't leave his fighting stance, but his arms dropped to his sides. I stood as still as I could. Both men stepped back, their fight clearly finished.
これ以上の戦いは無意味ですな。 長引いて今日が乗っても困るでしょう。
Saito's fine. Saito's fine.
それ、俺様への当てつけか？こう見えても引き際は心得てるつもりだぜ。今日が乗ると止まんねえのはむしろ。
Shiranui looked towards Kazuma as he spoke.
確かにこれ以上の長いは無駄か。
I recognize his voice, but what from?
あくまでも今日は真偽を確かめに来ただけだ。
I recognize his voice, but I don't remember from what.
むざむざ逃がすとでも思っているのか。
Yes! Yes, Saito, yes!
虚勢はやめておけ。貴様らはまだしも騒ぎを聞きつけて集まった雑魚どもは何人死ぬか知れたものではないぞ。
Kazama and his companions were now no doubt powerful. His words held arrogance. We knew he spoke truth. They left silently, fading into the darkness, but as he did, Kazama spoke to me one last time, his red eyes piercing me as they glared. Heck no, you creep. No, you won't. He was far out of arm's reach, but his words nearly brushed against my cheek, cold and threatening. A shiver ran up my spine. I crumbled to the floor.
大丈夫か？
I'm fine.
お前、嘘つくの下手だな。顔真っ青だぜ。
Thank you.
しばらくそのまま座ってろ。歩けなかったら俺がおぶってやる。
Can Saito carry me instead? Thank you. For a while, Toshi stared deeply and harshly towards the darkness.
おい、お前。あいつらに狙われる心当たりでもあるのか？ ...
The only reason I know is because they kept calling me a female demon. I hesitated. They had said I was one of them. Kazuma had invited me to go with him. Had he been telling the truth? I didn't know. I'm not sure. There was really nothing more I could say. Word of this incident spread the ranks of the Shinsengumi quickly in another form. Frick, in what way?
おい、侵入者がいたらしいな。幹部がガン首揃えて何やってやがったんだ。
What they were protecting me. God.
侵入者？私は聞かされていない。
おいおい、俺が嘘を言ってるってのか？
嘘とは言っていない。君が勘違いをしていると言っているだけだ。
Okay. Takida, you're going a little bit higher on the list. You're possibly going above Mika. Or Miki? Frick. Have I been saying Mika?
本当にいたのなら、まず私に連絡があるはず。それがなかったのだから、偽の情報に決まっている。
If I didn't know first, then it must be false. You're not that important, dude.
そうかよ。本当だったらただじゃ済まさねえからな。
Supposedly, they stormed to Toshi's room, but he told them the incident of the intruder was a misunderstanding. The only people that were notified of Kazuma's infiltration were only a handful of the captains. So in the eyes of the public, the infiltration of Nijo Castle didn't happen. Perplexing. Since then, once the rest of the men returned, there was a meeting among the captains. The subject of the meeting was the three men at Nijo Castle, Chikage Kazama, Kyoju Amaguri, and Kyo Shiranui. They called themselves demons, and their previous encounters with the Shinsengumi suggested they were somehow involved with the Satsuma and Choshu. The Satsuma were the most powerful domain in the opposition domain, and the Choshu were publicly expressive of their dissent towards the shogunate. Opposition domain, a domain governed by one of the opposition daimyo. The Choshu were extensively, essentially enemies of the court. I don't know how the three men are supposedly affiliated with the domains, but it was abundantly clear they're not to be dealt with carelessly. There was another problem, however. Why had they come for me? They said I was one of them, and I knew about my family name and my kodachi. But how? My name is Lee Yukimura. I am the daughter of my father and mother. I am a normal girl, nothing out of the ordinary. But who am I? Oh! Very, very curious. June 1865. So are there really demons in this? They don't necessarily seem like the normal type, so to speak. Though that does make me question if the serum that has been experimented upon is something related to demons, so to say. And maybe that's why the MC's father was interested or something? I don't know. Oh. The compound was alive with noise and movement. I passed several soldiers in the halls, each one of them excited about something. What was going on? What happened? Ito, is something wrong? Why do I feel like he's like an offended Karen, like, oh, how dare!
私がなんであんな野蛮人どもと同じ部屋で肌をさらさなくてはならないの?
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Ah, jeez, Hums. Ito's explanation was useless. I was completely confused. Is there something going on today? Ito did his best to collect himself, shakily adjusting his hair and clothing before he spoke. Oh my goodness.
将軍上洛の時に近藤さんと意気投合したお医者様が豚書にいらしてるのよ。大使たちの健康診断を行うとかの名目で。
With a disdainful sniff, he glared pointedly across the hall towards the area he'd just left. The men were getting physical checkups. That much I knew, given my particular situation. I'd been exempted by the captains, who also gave me special instructions to stay away.
あのハゲ坊主じゃなくてお医者様ったら。皆の前で私に着物を脱げとおっしゃるのよ。拒んだら無理やり脱がせようとするし。それにあの大使たちの態度、まるで野獣みたいでしたわ。
Savages seemed a bit strong. At any rate, perhaps I should go see just what a physical entailed. I was the doctor's daughter after all. What's this doctor's name?
確か松本良順とか言ったかしら。
Matsumoto! What? Wait, Dr. Matsumoto?
何よその反応。知り合いなの?
I do know him. When I first came to Kyoto, my plan was to find Dr. Matsumoto. My father told me that I could rely on the man if I ever needed anything. Unfortunately, he was away on business when I had arrived, and after that, I'm gonna go watch the physical exams. There was no time to waste. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Jeez, is this it? I could hear loud voices from inside. Wait, she was told to stay away though. Oh no. Oh. The scene froze me in place. Oh no. Oh my goodness.
俺の番だな。一丁頼みます先生。
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
どうすか。剣術一筋で鍛えに鍛えたこの体。
Oh my goodness.
新八さんの場合、体は頑丈だもん。見てもらうのは頭の方だよな。
あ？余計なこと言ってると締めるぞ、ヘスケ。
長倉新八と。よし、問題ない。次。
That was fast.
先生、もっとちゃんと見てくれよ。
Oh my goodness.
いやいや、申し分ない健康体だ。
And I've seen quite enough, thank you.
新八、後ろが使えてるんだからさっさと終わらせろって。
Look at little Saito! Look at him, he's so cute!
そうじゃなくってよ。もっと他に見るところがあんだろ。鍛え抜かれた鋼のようなこの筋肉とか、仁王像みたいに屈強そうな体型とか。
Oh my goodness! Want to order a slice of this beefcake? Got 2 meaty servings on a plate right here. Oh my goodness!
診察は見てもらうものであって見せつけるものではない。さっさとどけ。
You tell him, Saito. You tell him. ... Oh my goodness. It wasn't difficult to see why Ito was desperate to escape. I couldn't imagine him up as part of such a display. Oh my goodness. What should I do? I feel like it's rude to intrude.
雪村君、こんなところでどうかしたのか?
Oh my god. I'm feeling a little lightheaded from all this laughing. Yamasaki, hello. I heard that Dr. Motso was here. Yamasaki didn't look like he was in the mood to tolerate my snooping, so he went to the point. Oh no. He's such...
なるほど。松本先生に何か話があるようだな。
Yeah.
君のことはある程度聞いている。事情はおおよそ分かった。
Everything.
だが、診察がなかなか終わらないようだ。俺に任せてくれるか?
I guess so, I can. But, I don't know. It would probably be best if he did, but I kind of wanna. Don't worry. It's my own business. I'll take care of it. Oh.
そうか。では、何かあったら手伝おう。その時は頼ってくれ。
Interesting. I was not expecting that. But also, how much does he know? I don't think he knows enough. Okay, thank you so much. Jeez. Yamasaki and I parted ways, and I walked towards the examination room where the doctor worked.
君はもう少し胃腸に気をつけるようにな。
この薬を食後に飲むように。
Hi.
今ので薬が切れたか。
Already? I waited outside for Dr. Matsumoto until he stepped out of the examination room. Excuse me? He looked at me for a moment, his eyes narrowed in curiosity.
薬の補充も兼ねて休憩にしようか。君、ちょっと手伝ってくれるかね。
I thought you'd recognize me or something. Oh, yes, of course. What luck. Heck yeah, let's go. Dr. Matsumoto.
松本先生、雪村君。
Ah, no. Oh, hi, Kondo.
おお、早速会えたようだな。
Man, can't even get one word in.
はい、おかげさまで。
Oh, shoot, that was too early. I apologize. What? I was utterly lost. Dr. Matsumoto laid a gentle hand on my shoulder.
私は君に会うためにここに来たんだよ。
Yes! Yes!
コーさんの娘さんがここに身を寄せていると近藤さんが教えてくれたんだ。
I am, and I was looking for you. Thank you for coming here, good sir. Oh, I see.
コードーさんと松本先生が懇意にしていたことは俺も知っていたからな。
Thank you.
何かコードーさんの手がかりになればと思い、松本先生が今日に戻ってすぐに連絡を取った。
Yes! Yes! The Shinsengumi had their own reasons for wanting my father found, but Dr. Matsumoto's appearance was still cause for joy. Thank you. Both of you. They smiled. Dr. Matsumoto then explained he had just barely missed me when he left for Edo as I came to Kyoto. He'd received all my letters, but once he finally returned, he had no idea where I was, and consequently couldn't find me.
すれ違いだったとはいえ、辛い思いをさせてしまったようだ。
Yeah.
君がここにいる事情は分かっておるよ。何か不自由なことはないかね。
Can't think of anything. No, I'm doing all right. So, Dr. Matsumoto, about my father, his face took a... I have like a little bit of my milk left. Goodbye, milk. His face took a grim cast, and before he even spoke, I knew what his response would be.
残念ながら、私もコードーさんの居場所は知らないんだ。
I see. The defeated tone of my voice surprised me. I suppose on some level I believe Dr. Matsumoto had some miraculous revelation about my father. Foolish of me, of course. That didn't make the truth any less devastating. Kondo simply nodded.
君はここにいることで、あの薬に関わってしまったようだね。
Oh, yeah.
あの薬。つまりコードーさんが新選組で行っていた研究のことについてだが。
Yeah. Yes, I knew what he meant. The experiments my father conducted with some strange concoction that could make people go mad. Please, tell me about it. I want to know everything my father was doing. He nodded.
コードーさんが幕命を受け、新選組で行っていたのは、羅刹を生み出す実験だった。羅刹とはすなわち、鬼神のごとき力と驚異的な治癒能力を持つ人間のことだ。
The fact that he mentioned nigh demonic strength and speed definitely makes me question about the reasoning and everything. Like, I'm questioning. Furies. A creature within heightened speed and strength, as well as the ability to heal from almost any wound. One can only be killed by a stab wound through the heart or by having its head removed. This is sounding more and more like frickin' vampires. Furies. This term seems so familiar. Then I realized I overheard some of the men talking about it. You didn't get the connection before? Excuse me?
掃除。めったなこと言うもんじゃねえ。幹部が羅刹になってどうするんだよ。
ああ、羅刹ってのは薬を飲んだら怪我も治っちまう。
羅刹っていうのはかわいそうな子たちのことだよ。
そしてその羅刹を生み出したのは落ち水という薬だ。
I wonder why it's called water of life. Water of life. A substance imported from the West that turns those who drink it into furies. Until refined by Kodo Yukimura, it was too toxic to use. Now I'm... So, if it's from the West, but it's demonic in nature, this confuses me.
これは西洋ではエリクサー、中華では先端と呼ばれるものに値する。
先端？
つまるところ、不老不死の霊薬みたいなものだ。
Immortality! Yes! Furies. Water of life. It sounded more like something from a fairy tale rather than real life. You've heard it so many times! But there was something in Dr. Matsumoto's tone of voice that said he was telling the truth. I've already heard about how it makes you strong and hard to kill. But doesn't it cause so much pain that it makes most people go crazy? And even if you survive that, then even the smell of blood can make you go crazy again. Dr. Matsumoto nodded slowly, then pinched the bridge of his nose with his thumb and forefinger. He looked very tired. I know everything! Yes. Sadly, I do. They were human, but not human. Perhaps they were almost entirely different now. I couldn't see how this water of life could ever be used for good. Even if it had healed Sanan's arm, he'd suffered greatly in the process. Why? It sounded more like a moan than a question. My father would never want to ruin the life of another, but because of what he'd done, people suffered, and some even died. Why was my father doing this? But it wasn't just my father. I was sure no one involved expected such a terrible outcome.
だからこそ両親の呵責に耐えかねたコードーさんはここを去ったんだろう。
And leave his daughter? I don't know about that.
しかし、あれは幕府が新選組の人材不足を補うために授けてくださった知恵でもあるのです。
It's questionable though, still. The doctor only shook his head.
あの計画は失敗だ。行わない方がいい。幕府も見切りをつけているはずだ。
Kondo frowned, perhaps unhappy perhaps unhappy that Dr. Matsumoto would question the shogunate's original decision.
あの薬を飲んだ大使たちがどうなったか、近藤さんもよく知ってるだろう。あの計画は人道的に決して許されるもんじゃない。
Yeah. Kondo gave a non-committal grunt and fell silent. I was sure Kondo knew just how dangerous it was to use the water of life, but the shogunate had come to him with a request. Perhaps he couldn't refuse, even if he wanted to. Silence fell like a thick blanket.
たとえ将軍校の御殿医を務めておられる方のお言葉といえど。
Excuse me, good sir, where did you come out from?
大使でもない方に口を差し挟まれる筋合いはありません。
That's only because you're one of them now. Sanan? His face was pale as moonlight, as if he was a walking corpse. Is it okay for you to be up right now?
三男君、休んでいた方がいいのではないか。顔色が悪いぞ。
ご心配なく。
I'm still gonna worry. He bowed quickly, his mouth a compressed line, and turned to regard the doctor with a cool gaze.
我々は 我々の裁量で例の薬を有効に活用させていただいています。
しかし危険だ。あの薬は人が扱えるような代物じゃない。
研究は続いています。そしてこの私という成功例もあります。
But you haven't been exposed to blood yet. We don't know if you're gonna go crazy or not. As Sanan did indeed prove, it was possible to drink the water of life and retain your sanity. It just wasn't easy.
一見平気そうに見えるかもしれんが、体のどこかに相当無理をかけていることも考えられるぞ。
私は至って健康ですよ。今後も研究と改良を重ねれば薬の質が上がるのは明白です。
そのためにさらに多くの大使を犠牲にするつもりかね。成功するかどうかもわからん実験に大使を付き合わせるのは生命を冒涜しているとしか思えんが。
This is a lot.
彼らは我々の礎となったのです。無駄死にではありません。
That's kind of the same mentality of these men have died for the cause, so we'll continue to do as we please kind of thing, when really you need to stop. Like, their deaths are not going to be in vain if you stop. Like, it's really not. You tried something and it didn't work, and it's doing more harm than it is good. So you found out, you may regret it, but they weren't in vain.
しかしだな。
まあまあ、松本先生も三男君も落ち着いて。この話は後日改めてということにしないか。
It was my private opinion that they were unlikely to agree, no matter what time they discussed the subject, but I felt it was polite to keep quiet.
そうだな。わかった。
There seemed to be very little common ground between them, but both arguments had merit. Kondo had likely seen this as well, and he chose to end things before it got unpleasant. Sanan's face betrayed nothing of what he might be thinking, even when the corner of his mouth quirked up in the beginning of a smile, or into the beginning of a smile. He bowed quietly and left as swiftly as he arrived.
そういえば先生、健康診断の方はどうでしたかな。
ああ、それなんだがな。頭を抱えたよ。
Weren't we in the middle of going and grabbing medicine?
え、それは一体なぜ？
なぜも何も。怪我人や病人を合計したら全大使の3分の1近くになるじゃないか。
Honestly, not surprised. What? Hi! I am doing as well as I can be. I keep messing up on a couple of words because my tongue hurts, but you know, you actually missed two very, very, very emotional scenes. I was almost crying.
なんとじゃないぞ、近藤さん。あんたらは今まで何をやってたんだ。切り傷から渋り腹まで。この豚書は病の見本市だぞ。
Ooh, lice too? Dang.
面目ない。まさかそんなことになっていたとは。
I mean, it's hard to keep up good conditions.
まずは病室を用意して、そこに病人を運び込んでくれ。
Heck yeah.
それから、豚書を清潔にしてもらわんと話にならん。
Yes, we get to clean up the place. No, I'll have to, yeah, you'll have to rewatch it. It actually happens early on. Also, I freaking so we ended probably like a couple of scenes before the end of the second chapter last stream. So I thought that was pretty funny as well.
承知しました。すぐに取り掛かります。
Yeah, my plans for this stream is to go until it literally says chapter 4. I have the time, I will go on for that long. So, We were ordered to clean the entire compound.
ったく、なんなんだよ、大掃除って。
Oh, you also missed the physical exam episode.
俺は掃除とか整理整頓がこの世で一番嫌いなのによ。
Yeah.
ぐちゃぐちゃ言ってないで、さっさとそこのタンスを持ち上げてくれって。散々自慢してた体力を披露するいい機会じゃねえか。
This is a reference to the physical exam that you missed. Because he was like, look at these beefcakes. I got 2 of them ready to set on a plate. And it was so freaking funny.
うわー、ネズミが出た
落ち着け。大事はない。
It's not a big deal. Yeah, rats aren't a big deal. I've owned mice before, and I see mice at work every now and again, and they are so freaking cute.
どうやらそこにある握り飯を餌にしていたようだな。
Aw. I've also had a friend who owned a rat. Actually, 2 rats, I think. And their sister tried to prank me during a sleepover at one point and put the rat in my sleeping bag. And I was just like, oh, hi there, little guy. And I pet him. And the sister was just like, huh? They were expecting me to jump and like flee or something. But no, I was just like, oh, hi there, little guy.
本当だ。誰だよ、食い残しの握り飯をこんなところに隠してたやつ。
Anybody.
まったく。なぜ私がこのような雑用に駆り出されなければならんのだ。
Hey, everybody has to clean up the place.
そもそも私は軍略が専門だというのに。
So strategize a place to put the furniture. Eh?
いいじゃねえか。いつも自慢してる公衆流なんちゃらでパパッと終わらせてくれよ。
黙れ。私の公衆流軍学はこのようなくだらぬ役目のためにあるものではない。
That was very fast. Koshu Military Science, a collection of Kai and... shoot. His name is always, like, perplexing me. Takita's tactics during the Warring States period. Oh my god, right? Rats and mice are so cute. My sister had 2 when we were in high school and they were... Yeah. They're freaking cute. Like, some people are like, oh no, rats and mice. And it's like, they're freaking cute. They're kind of like guinea pigs and hamsters, but slightly different. Like, not much of a difference.
原田も人が悪いな。こいつが盲信してる時代遅れの兵法なんて、このご時世、掃除の役にも立たない。
Oh, burn!
ミキ君、言葉に気をつけたまえ。確かに洋楽には劣るかもしれんが、公衆流軍学は決して時代遅れではなく。
お、近藤さんだ。
They are very clean. Yes, I love them too.
近藤局長、ご覧ください。
Look at this kisassery! Look at him. He's like, look what I've done. And it's like, you were just complaining like 5 seconds ago.
先ほどまで足の踏み場もないほどだった部屋が私の指導でここまで。局長は
he got pranked! Takito realized Kondo was nowhere to be seen, and he glared at Harada.
引っかかりや
が。原田、貴様、測ったな。
I would trick him.
ぶつくさ文句言ったり、ペコペコしたり、怒ったり。忙しいな、あんたも。そうやって相手によってコロコロ態度変えてて、疲れねえか。
Hi everyone, I've watched the rags. Please use this when you wipe the floor.
ありがとうよ。
No problem. Despite being upset because of chore duty, the men swiftly cleaned the room as a team. I would run across the floor so fast. Dr. Matsumoto came the next day to inspect the cleanliness of the compounds. Heck yeah. We did good.
だろこの筋肉は飾りじゃねって先生もようやく分かってくれたみてえだな
Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh.
人を動かすという点に関しては軍略も掃除もさして変わりませぬゆえ
Cleaning is very much a brilliant task.
あんた文句言ってただけだろうが。
でも掃除は一日休んでたんだろずるいよなみんな頑張ってる時に。
しょうがないじゃない。土方さんが過保護なんだから。
Toshi being overprotective. I support that.
お前が変な咳するからだろうが。養生しねえから、いつまでも治らねえんだよ。
I wonder if the doctor looked over him to see what was up. Because I have some, like, worst case scenarios in my head at the moment with him. And I would like them not to be true.
しかし、やはりこうして片付いていると気分がいいものです。
まあな、見違えたもんだ。これはこれで悪くねえ。
Now you have to clean it, like, at least once a week.
よし、これからは毎日掃除するか。
Oh god, that's way too much.
おう、頼んだぜ平助
なんで俺だけなんだよ。体力自慢の新発さんが真っ先に働くべきだろ。
I'll help too, Toto.
そっか。そんじゃ明日から二人で頑張ろうな。新発さんなんて放っておいて。
Ah, he's so cute.
おいおい、ちょっと待てって。誰もやらねえとは言ってねえだろ。
Also, I almost totally forgot. I almost totally forgot. I remembered that in intense scene and then I forgot.
お、そこにまだゴミがあるじゃねえか。ちょうどいい。捨ててこい、新八。い
や、だから明日からだろ。なあ、平助。
片付けたそばから暴れるな。誇りが立つ。
I was enjoying the banter when I noticed something. Oh? He is checking him. He is. Toto's so cute. So amazing. I love him. I could just see Okita and Dr. Matsumoto outside, walking off somewhere together, please. Where could they be going? I wondered. I'm worried about him. So I want to go check. What were Okita and Dr. Matsumoto doing? Was Okita going to talk to the doctor about his cough? He was coughing an awful lot lately, now that I thought about it. Was he alright? I decided to follow them. Please. Unfortunately, I waited too... Oh, excuse me. I had a hiccup and a burp at the same time. I'd waited too long, and by the time I made my way outside, they were gone. Oh, hiccups, why? I haven't even done anything. I think they went this way.
おや、雪村君、誰かを探しているんですか?
Shimada, have you seen Okita and the doctor?
沖田君たちなら中庭の方に行ったようですが。
Thank you.
急ぎすぎて転ばないよう気をつけてください。それでは、俺はこれで。
I bowed when I said thank you. Yes, goodbye. I saw him walk off, and it got me thinking. The courtyard. Should I try and catch up? Or should I go around the back to reach the courtyard before they did? They could most likely be going someplace else. So if we go to the courtyard and it turns out they were just passing by the courtyard, that would probably be a bad idea. I figured my best course of action was to follow them and hope I could catch up. And there they were. Just like Shimada had said. I could see Okita and the doctor sitting on a bench talking. Their expressions were grim, so I kept my distance and hid as well as I could. Oh no, please no. Eavesdropping was not something I was proud of, But I had a terrible feeling about Okita. Please, no.
結論から言おう。お前さんの病は老害だ。
No! No! I was right! Frick! I was thinking it when after the second time when they mentioned his cough, I was like, goodness gravy, I hope it isn't tuberculosis. I hope it isn't, because it was very prominent during that time. I was hoping. Then they mentioned the coughing again. And it's freaking true. No! Frick. Not him. I'm very much upset now. For a second, my heart stopped. A shiver ran down my spine, and suddenly, I felt very, very cold. Did he just say?
なんだ。やっぱりあの有名な死病ですか。
Okita's illness, which caused coughing fits and forced him out of military operations, was eventually discovered to be pulmonary tuberculosis. I'm gonna start crying.
驚かないのか。
そりゃ、ただの風邪がこんなに長引くはずもないですしね。
Okita has tuberculosis? ... It was all I could do to keep from screaming. My whole body shook.
でも、面と向かって言われると、さすがに困ったな。
God, you can hear it in his voice, this voice acting. You can tell he's like, well, I guess this is it.
笑い事ではなかろ
う。これでも困ってるんですけどね。
老害の一番の薬は西洋だ。新選組は離れて精のつくものを食べてゆっくり体を休めなきゃいかん。
それはできません。
そうせんと体は悪くなるばかりだぞ。今はそうやって平気なふりができても、いずれ布団から起き上がることすらできなくなる。
じゃあその時までここにいますよ。血を吐きながら、それでも刀を取ります。
No, please don't.
なぜそれほどまでここにいたいんだね。
Because he cares for his family, that's why.
僕は新選組の剣ですから。ここにいることが僕のすべてなんです。
Frick.
新選組の前に立ちふさがる敵を切る。ただ、それだけなんですよ。
お前さんの覚悟は分かった。だがな、この病は悪化すると周りの人に迷惑がかかる。それは分かるな。今後は私の言いつけを守ってもらわねばならんぞ。もし守れんのならすぐに近藤さんに言うからな。
それってまさか苦い薬とか飲まなきゃならないんですか？
Yeah, it is. You are going to have to take disgusting medicine.
当然だろうが、病人なんだからな。
まあ、困った人に知られちゃったな。
And now we've found out. Okita sounded cheery, but I was listening in a state of shock. Okita's gonna die? ... My chest was tight, and breathing had become an effort. I leaned heavily against a nearby beam and struggled to hear the rest of their conversation. Matsumoto went quiet. his eyes looking off into the distance. Okita grinned and nudged him.
先生、近藤さんたちには言わないでくださいよ。約束ですからね。
Frickin', he's hiding it. He's hiding it. He was quiet for a long time. At last, he sighed, and his shoulders slumped.
まあ、どうしても言えないことってのはあるだろう。私もあの子に打ち明けていないことがあるんだ。
No, what is it now? He looked up at the sky for a moment.
行動さんが上位派の過激浪士連中と行動を共にしてるかもしれんなんてな。
Frick.
とてもじゃないが伝えられんよ。
The news of Okita's illness had me so scattered I almost cried out at this new piece of intelligence. My father working with nationalists? Then Dr. Matsumoto did know something about where my father was.
世の中、ままならないものですね。
まったくだな。まあ、これからは頻繁に新選組に通ってお前さんのことを見てやる。だからくれぐれも無理はせんようにな。
わかってますよ。お気遣いありがとうございます。
I was lost in thought for a few moments, and when I finally looked up, Matsumoto was already gone. ... Okita had tuberculosis. Father was working with the men who wanted to overthrow the shogunate. My head was spinning. It was so much to take in. Just then, I suddenly heard him say my name, and I froze. Wait, did he know I was here the whole time? My heart resumed beating, but was now beating so quickly that it seemed to burst my chest.
出ておいで。もういいから。
He knew. His deep eyes were looking straight towards me. So Akita had noticed I was here this whole time. I braced myself and approached him.
はい、こっちこっち。おいで。
He grinned coolly and patted the bench next to him. I couldn't bear to look into his eyes. All right. My eyes trained purposefully on the ground at my feet. I slowly lowered myself onto the bench. The silence was maddening. My heart felt somehow light and heavy at the same time, as if it might sink into my stomach or float away like a balloon. Just casually sobbing, everything's fine, everything's fine. The silence was unbearable, so I spoke out.
さっきの松本先生の話だけど、まさか本気にしてないよね。
... His words were defensive, as if he needed to tell himself that it weren't true. I was at a loss.
あの先生、悪い冗談が好きみたいだね。こんな健康な病人がいるはずないのに。でも冗談なら冗談で、言う場所を選んでほしかったな。ここには、こうやって根も葉もない話を本気にするおバカさんがいるんだし。
Was it really all a joke? The This was a doctor who was recognized in his field by the shogun, and it's unlikely he was wrong. Even so...
君、医者の娘なんでしょ？もし僕が本当に老害だったら、もっと早くに気づいてたはずだよね。
Looking at his face is not helping.
君が今まで何とも思わなかったんだから、病気じゃないんだよ。ただの誤診。
His solemn expression is not helping. Considering Okita's condition, I couldn't imagine trying to burst his bubble. Nothing I could say would make the situation better.
誰にも言わないよね。
I promise. ...
もし誰かに言うつもりなら、やっぱり切らなくちゃならないかな。
I heard those words many times before, often delivered in a cheerful, casual tone. If I got in the way, he'd kill me. If I wasn't useful, he'd kill me. And every time I'd heard them, I'd been terrified by how serious he was. But this time, he only sounded sad. You say that so much, Okita. Everything's fine. I could feel tears were welling up in my eyes, but no, this wasn't the time. With a mighty effort, I swallowed the sob building in my chest. He gave me an odd, crooked smile. Yeah, he's the only one who can joke at a time like this. He stood up. After a second's hesitation, I followed suit. Okita. For the first time since I'd sat down, I looked straight into his eyes.
Nani?
My mind was still reeling from everything I just learned, but I had to give him an answer. I won't tell anyone about your illness. I promise. I'll take it.
So, ありがとう。
Hi. Thank you, I need all the tissues. His smile was gentle, and as honest I'd ever seen from him. After he left, I stood alone in the courtyard. It was the first time Okita had thanked me for anything. By all rights, I should have been happy, ecstatic even. But instead, I felt miserable. My heart was a stone in my chest, and my stomach felt as if it had twisted itself nearly in half. Okita. A stray breeze caressed my cheek. It felt cold. I have a side drink ready for moments like this. Oh, goodness gravy. Frick. I was really hoping it wouldn't happen. I was really hoping. I was so hoping that it wasn't tuberculosis, and it was. It frickin' was. Impromptu drunk stream? Question mark. This isn't the hydrate you think it is. Ah. Oh. I promised myself I'd continue it, and I would continue until chapter 4, but oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That was a freaking lot. That was a lot. I need to change my sitting position. Ugh. Who is crying? Raise your hands. From then on, Matsumoto visited the compound regularly to check up on the men of the Shinsengumi. Ever since Sanan had become the leader of the Furies, the group was named as the Fury Corps, a secret division comprised of men who have become Furies. Yeah, that happened, Korra. Sanan became a Fury. Still, I couldn't help but wonder, was it really all right to continue researching the Furies? My heart was heavy with worry. Without him, the Shinsengumi would be nothing. We would cease to exist. Yeah, hand shoots up. I think a lot of people's hands would shoot up after that. If so, why? Frick. It got really cold in my room. Really freaking cold. October 1866. Dang. A whole year passed. After the dust cleared, following the Hamaguri Rebellion, the Shogun set about cleaning house. The Choshu expedition was launched by the Shogun once the Choshu domain were declared enemies of the court. Oh shoot, I forgot to check the term. It's fine. It's fine. Also, this drink is really good. Perhaps feeling they dodged a bullet, the Choshu domain fell silent for a time. Their obedience, oh my goodness, I couldn't read that for a moment. Their obedience was short-lived, however, and before long, their disrespect for the Shogun became impossible to ignore. Ooh, excuse me. Ooh. It was carbonated. In order to investigate further, the Shogunate decided to send an envoy to the Choshu domain. Kondo was asked to accompany an envoy sent to the Choshu to investigate their behavior. However, the Choshu domain refused to even meet with the envoy. Really? Fed up with their insubordination, the Shogunate ordered the second Choshu expedition. However, the war was a costly one, exhausting both the resources and the men from all over the domains whose morale began to falter. To add to the fire, word of the Shogun Imochi's passing shook all of Japan, and some domains even withdrew, which made the situation even dire. The second Choshu expedition had ended in a surprisingly major loss for the Shogunate troops. Don't choke on carbonation. I won't. I don't drink a lot of carbonated stuff, so it always, like, catches me off guard after I've gone a little bit of a time without drinking them and then suddenly drinking one. October 1866. The pillar of the Tokugawa shogunate, which stood strong for 260 years, was beginning to show signs of instability. I want chapter 4 now. That day, I was accompanying Saito on his rounds. Saito! Please make me happy. It sure has been hot lately. Oh yeah, it sure has been hot lately. I've gotten used to the city of Kyoto, but I just can't get used to this humid heat. So dana. I always wondered. Even in midsummer, Saito always wore his full uniform. Wasn't he hot? Oh, Korra, you also missed Saito gushing about swords. It was very, very cute. He kept his vigilant guard up while observing the city of Kyoto. Is it the sword store? But I want to come in. But I want to come in with you. All right. I want to come in with you. Let me come in with you, please, please. He gave me a short nod of confirmation and stepped into the shop with his men.
新選組だ。先日、浪人風の男が出入りしていたという噂を耳にした。
Oh, shoot. I did it a little too soon. I'm sorry, Saito. I've been waiting for Saito and his division for a few minutes when I noticed a commotion nearby. Ah! Nande desu ka? A number of rather unpleasant-looking Ronin were making their way in my general direction. Gush more about the swords, Tilly. Yeah, that's what I told him. Because, like, one of the options was, something along the lines of, like, I find it, like, cute that you were talking about swords, or you seem to like swords. Yeah, you seem to like swords is what the option was, and I said that, and I didn't get a point. I didn't get a flutter from him, so I was a little upset about that. Because that's what I would have said. I would have been like, you're so cute talking about swords. And then he was like, oh my god, never speak of this ever again. I promise to be more proper. And it's like, no, please, gush more about your interests, please. Please. A number of rather unpleasant-looking Ronin were making their way in my general direction, yelling, threatening, and intimidating anyone unfortunate enough to cross their path. Patriots? Hardly. Perhaps they considered themselves loyal to the Imperial Court, but they looked like the sort who only used their supposed patriotism as an excuse to steal and kill. Yep. Frick off. Yeah, he's a very shy baby. The Ronin tossed a poorly aimed kick at a child playing in the street. Don't! You son of a... What should I do? It seemed like the warriors were preoccupied with their investigation in the store, just as I was about to stop the Ronin. Ooh, she's kind of pretty. Oh ho ho! The man's obviously short fuse had been lit. He made a grab for the girl and missed. I suspected his next attack wouldn't be as inaccurate. I couldn't let that happen. Step in! Heck yeah. Wait! When I had come to my senses, I noticed that I had instinctively taken action. Heck yeah, let's go! I had positioned myself in front of the girl, protecting her. Look at the MC, so cute. No, I don't. Frick. Flecks of spit flew from his mouth as he roared at me, and my legs suddenly felt somewhat weaker than they had a moment ago. But I was committed. I couldn't run now. If you truly love your country as you say, then why do you abuse women and children? A samurai should protect common people, not attack them. Heck yeah! Yeah, let's go! Something about my speech must have struck a chord with the gathering crowd. With the cheers, my legs started to regain some of their usual steadiness. With a rough hiss of his metal, the Ronin's sword leapt from its scabbard. Gah! I suddenly discovered I had difficulty swallowing. I could try to dodge, but if I did, he might hit the girl my actions had intended to protect. I was about to draw my sword. Yes! Yeah, go off, MC! Go off! And I see Saito. Hi, Saito. Huh? Yes! Slowly, carefully, I opened my eyes. I wouldn't have mind if you used the front of your sword, honestly. Saito!
そいつを屯所に連れて行け。長州の残党かもしれん。
Yeah. Working quickly, Saito's men set to work binding the Ronin for transport. Saito's cold eyes fell on me. Yeah, he came to save us. He loves us. Though he probably would have done that even if our relationship wasn't budding. It's probably more than budding. Actually, hold on. Hold on. I'm at 30%! Yes!
何故俺を呼ばなかった？
because, instincts to protect.
万が一のことがあったらどうするつもりだったのだ？
Come to you and have you, nurture me back to health? I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking. But I couldn't help myself. I mean, what if she were to get injured? Are you sure about that, young lady? A scolding from Saito was expected, but I hadn't thought that my erstwhile damsel in distress would contribute. I'm sorry I made you worry. I gave her a short, slightly confused bow, to which she blinked, as if suddenly remembering something very important. Why, yes I did. I very much saved you. It's no problem. It's no problem at all. Oh, well, I didn't do anything. It was Saito and his men who made the actual arrest. How do you know? How did you know? You are now on my questioning list. I was liking you, and then suddenly, you said that. Everybody who instantly knows that the MC is a girl I do not trust. How do you know? How? How do you not? How do you know? What? Saito glanced from her to me, and an expression flashed across his face that I couldn't quite place.
見る者が見ればわかることだ。動揺するな。
Man. I'll let you off the hook because you seem genuine. Well, I wasn't entirely sure how to respond. How does a person respond to that sort of question? She seemed to sense my confusion and gracefully moved on. Well, this is... My baby boy is famous? Frightfully famous? Saito. Oh. My name is Lee Yukimura. It's nice to meet you. Oh no. No! I let her off the hook. I let her off the hook. Was that a bad idea? That was probably a very, very bad idea. Her eyes grew wide as if she were surprised, and she stared intently at me. Why, yes. I was living in Edo, but I had come to Kyoto for a certain reason. She was acting a little strange, so I tried to speak to her, and she laughed and looked up. Sounds like you'll need a new laugh. Yeah. Yes, Saitos will do. Lee Saito. I wonder if her acquaintance is the father. Thank you. You think so? Thank you. Hello, Sen. You're very pretty. Miss Sen, nice to meet you. A young woman who was rescued by the heroine from belligerent Ronin in Kyoto. She is also known as Osen. So just Sen then. Oh, so just Sen then. No, whatever. I don't care. The way that was written was a little off for me, so I wasn't sure how to pronounce it. She gave my hand a gentle squeeze, then turned and left, her kimono flapping behind her. Our encounter was over before I had a chance to grasp what was even happening, and so I simply stood, stunned, for a moment or two. Saito was eyeing Sen walking off, and eventually he turned to me. Yes, you got that same feeling? We need to look for her again. I know. She did say it was the same as her acquaintances. Well, I guess Yukimura isn't an uncommon name either. You say that, but what about the man from last stream? Come on! ... Oh wait, that was him. Ha! It seemed like Saito was concerned with her reaction to my name, and he was deep in thought. Hi! Oh, yeah, yes. So we continued on our rounds, trying to withstand the scorching heat. The heat wave ended up lasting several days. On one such day... Is that Eren Yeager's voice actor I hear? And also, who is this man? I think I've seen him before. Pretty sure I've seen him before. Oh, it may be better to make them lukewarm. It's still quite hot today, you know. You sound like him. I am questioning you. This young man is Kazue Soma. He joined the Shinsengumi just before summer began. Okay, so I didn't know you. Where do I recognize you from then? He's very cute. I like him. I like him a lot. And I like him a lot. He's getting up on the list. He's very serious and respectful. Kondo supposedly met him when he was in Choshu for the envoy, and he invited Soma to join us. Now, he currently works at Kondo's page as Kondo's page. I guess he grew fond of the Shinsengumi, and he was focused on learning about all that it takes to become a successful warrior. He's baby. He's so baby, I love him. Who are you? I don't like you as much, but you're still cute. But if you do that, then the tea's flavor will become lighter. Let it sit. That's what I do. If something's too hot, I just let it sit. And if I have a refrigerator, I put it in the fridge. He does have a very, very cute smile. I'm a sucker for like the closed eyes and soft smile. I'm such a sucker for it. That's definitely Eren Yeager's voice actor. I don't remember the voice actor's name, but I very much know that he does Eren Yeager. And I think Kanato, who I have cosplayed.
おお、そいつはいいな。やってみようぜ。
Didn't we just say not to put water in it? This energetic lad is Risaburo Namura. Huh. He joined the Shinsengumi around the same time as Soma, and because of their closeness in age, Nomura became Kondo's page in training. Aw, that's so cute. For him, he was a huge fan of the Shinsengumi, and he joined them because of it. That left me to make sure that I teach them about all of the duties and responsibilities that go into becoming a page, which was harder than I thought. The tea doesn't have to be room temperature, just a little cooler to offset the hot weather. So first, prepare some warm water rather than boiling hot, then try brewing it. That way, it doesn't dilute the tea's flavor.
おお、すげえ。なるほどな。先輩故障は伊達じゃないぜ。
I got called senpai.
本当に勉強になります。
They're so cute! They're so cute! Thanks. Well, as for the tea, I'll pour some and take it to them. So you two...
俺たちは何ですか？何でもやりますよ。
They're so eager! They're so eager! I love them!
何でも言ってください。
I love them! I love them to bits! Oh my goodness!
よーし、お前らは今から俺と剣術稽古だ。
Oh, Soma did not like that! Soma very much did not like that. Look at his little angry face! He's so cute! Oh, I love his hair! Oh, oh god, they're precious little beans. We have Todo, Todo 1, and Todo 2. Dang it, I hit my mic again. I'm sorry. Both of them were not happy.
どうした？やりたくないのか？
No, they clearly do not.
はい、お願いします。
いやー、俺はちょっと仕事が。
He cute and angry, yeah.
おいおい、新人が遠慮なんかするなよ。
Oh my goodness, my cheeks hurt now from smiling.
諦めろ。これも立派な大使になるための試練だ。
Soma. So cute. Oh, he's like, come on, we should train. Isn't that what you wanted? It's what we want. Let's go train.
試練っていうか、あれはしごきだろ。
Hazing. Ah, true. It is coming from Shin. Might be hazing.
そんじゃ、ちょっくら二人を借りていくぜ。
Okay. Okay. Please take care of them. Soma gulped deeply, and he looked nervous. Nomura, on the other hand, looked ready to cry as Nagakura dragged both of them off to training. Bye. Goodbye. I'm gonna miss you too. I wish the two of them the best of luck. We can get Soma! Yes! Yes! Another to add to the list. Oh my goodness, we can get Soma! Yes! Here's some pre-parched barley tea, Kondo. Supposedly, it lowers the body's temperature.
ありがとう。雪村くんの入れてくれたお茶は飲みやすくてちょうどいいな。
Thank you. He was deep in thought, arms crossed and stern. Oh, excuse me. Ooh. Ugh, carbonated beverages. Things were bad since Lord Imochi's death. Kondo especially was having a difficult time. Perhaps it was best if I simply left him alone. I turned and had already begun to walk away when he spoke.
今、掃除を松本先生に見せてるんだ。
Yeah. Did he know about Okita's illness? What did he say?
まだなんとも。重病でなければいいのだが。
Oh, my heart!
もし掃除の身に何かあったら、あの人に申し訳が立たんからな。
Her? Her? Who is this her? Her?
今日に来る前、掃除の姉のミツさんからくれぐれもよろしく頼むと言われていてな。
No! He has an older sister! Oh! Mitsu. Soji Okita's older sister. God, this is not helping! That's not helping at all! Oh, Okita has an older sister?
両親を早くに亡くしているから、ミツさんが親代わりとなって掃除を育てたんだよ。
No! I see. Okita seems to have been through a lot.
あいつは素直で前向きだからな。苦労したとは思っていないだろうが。
With how he's treating his tuberculosis, I can understand him thinking that way. Gosh, dang it.
あの根性曲がりを相手にそんなことを言えるのは、日野本博士といえど、あんたぐらいだと思うぜ。
Oh, Toshi.
お、トシ、どうしたんだ？一緒に麦湯でも飲むか？
いや、麦湯は別にいらねえが。
The music stopped and he said, but...
三条大橋に建てられてる生殺のことを知ってるか？
Notice board. A board to notify the public of established laws regarding specific people or affairs. And then Sanjo Ohashi Bridge. Sanjo Ohashi Bridge.
ああ、知っているとも。長州の罪状を記した札のことだろう。
What happened?
あの生殺を引き抜いて鴨川に捨てたバカがいるらしい。
無論その話は聞いている。だが、その生殺は後日立て直されたんじゃなかったのか？
They took the whole notice board?
そいつがまた引き抜かれちまったそうだ。そろそろ俺たちに声がかかるんじゃねえか？
Understandable.
以前札が引き抜かれたのは、であれば、三男君の羅刹体を使ったらどうだ？
My bad. I apologize. I accidentally cut him off early.
羅刹体か。
何か引っかかることでもあるのか？
あいつらは確かによく働いてくれるが、やりすぎなんだよ。
They tend to get a little excited.
どんな役目につけても、関わったものをすべて皆殺しにしてきちまう。しかも、それだけじゃ飽き足らねえ。元の形をとどめねえくらい、死体をバラバラに切り刻んだりしやがる。新選組の仕業だと気づかれねえようにするためとはいえ、ありゃ、いくらなんでもやりすぎだ。新選組は人殺し集団じゃねえ。死体で遊ぶのはやめろと、いくら諌めても治らねえ。
Jeezums. They just want to play with their corpses. That sounds... Ugh. No thank you.
あれじゃ、辻切り連中と変わらねえ。
Night cutters? Night cutters? What are night cutters? ... I felt a shiver snake down my spine as he spoke. Even after a year, I remembered with terrifying clarity what I'd seen when I first arrived in Kyoto. The Furies. They'd behaved as if possessed by evil spirits, their swords mercilessly hacking away at dead men. It hadn't been hatred or fear that drove them, but some sort of twisted amusement. I didn't think I'd ever forget the half-mad smiles each had worn.
ま、いくつか手を考えてみるか。
そうだな。細かいことは都市に任せるよ。ところで、この間聞いたところによると、将軍後見職の一橋慶喜公がだな。
Ooh. Yoshinobu Hitotsubashi. Yeah. Yoshinobu Hitotsubashi. Yeah. Born into the Mito Takagawa clan, he was adopted into the Hitotsubashi house to increase his chances to be 15th shogun. He held the position of guardian prior to becoming shogun.
あの人か。家康公の再来なんて言われてるそうだな。確かに頭はいいのかもしれねえが。
Before long, they started to discuss politics I didn't understand, and I politely excused myself. It is almost getting to 4 hours, but I am dedicated. I want chapter 4. I thought back on what Toshi had said. It was true Sanan had been acting strange, and the Fury Core has been getting more and more violent. There's a lot on my mind, but what worried me the most was... none of these. Absolutely none of these worry me the most. The notice board is being taken care of. I don't care about it. The Furies has been something that's been continuously going on, so I don't care about it. And the Sen thing, I think it's the Sen thing out of these three that is worrying me the most. Because that could also be a lead to our father. I was thinking about the woman who I'd met. While in the city of Kyoto, a chance encounter brought me to meet this young woman, Sen. Sen was full of energy and always showed me great kindness. She took one look at me and saw through my disguise, but even still, she didn't pry too much into my affairs or ask about the Shinsengumi. Perhaps she was just being considerate. Since I had been living at the compounds for so long, it had felt like ages since I'd made a female acquaintance. Now that I think of it, I guess I could say I know Nagumo now as well. People had told me that I look like Nagumo, but if I were to dress like a woman again, I had no confidence that I'd look anywhere near as gorgeous as she does. Also, Koro, we met a lady who looked almost exactly like us, though me and my artistic eye, I was like, something's a little off on the colors, very, very slightly, but I think that might have just been me. All the girls I've met all looked like they're about the same age as me, but they were all dressed as real girls. I couldn't help but feel a little envious about how beautiful they were. I wondered if the day would ever come where I could be the girl I used to be. Dang. A few days later, I had been accompanying Nagakura on his rounds to search for my father. However, on this day, I couldn't help myself from looking at all the other girls my age. I mean, although my outer appearance wasn't the best tip-off, I was still a girl, so all the lovely kimonos and accessories I saw caught my eye. I think living exclusively with men for a prolonged period starved me of conversation with real women. Technically, since I'd arrived in Kyoto, the only girl friends I've made were Nagumo or Sen. Eh? Nani? Oh, Nagakura. Sorry. What was it?
いや、ちょっとしたことなんだけどな。なんだか最近嫌な感じなんだよ。あの伊藤とミキが原因だと思うんだ。
Also, we met, more NPCs.
毎日嫌味ばっかり言いやがって頭にくるよな。
Yeah. I suppose. Nagakura seemed to be in the middle of a venting session, so I had kind of tuned out. But I felt bad that I didn't hear what he said at first, so I focused now on what he was saying.
なんで近藤さんはあんな奴らを仲間にしたんだろうな。確かにタイを大きくしたいという気持ちはわかるぜ。昔とは違うっていうのもわかる。だけどよ、少し急ぎすぎじゃねえのかな。もともと新選組は幕府に味方する同志の集まりだったんだ。なのに、その派の伊藤さんとかがでけえ顔しやがるしよ。なんかこう、 昔からの仲間をもっと大事にしてほしいんだよな。
Nagakura sighed. He seemed to be wanting to hear my take on it. I don't know what to say, honestly. To be honest, when it came to politics and what people's principles were, I didn't have answers. But, as best as I could, I kind of felt like I could understand where Nagakura stood. I mean, even for myself, I felt if the Shinsengumi relaxed some of their regulations, I'd be happier. That way, I'd be able to hang out with people my own age, and talk to girls who go through what I'm going through. Well, not exactly. But I didn't feel like venting my own frustrations to Nagakura, although I agreed with what he said. I think I understand what you mean. It's fine.
Oh, 分かってくれるか?
Yes, after all, only the true friends, people you feel yourself around, are the ones who last. I feel like you should look after your friends, in whom you can confide. They're people who help you lessen the burden of life. Say it louder for the people in the back!
そうなんだよな。やっぱり気心の知れた相手ってのはありがたいもんだよな。
はい。Yes, I agree. I smiled and nodded towards Nagakura, who seemed to be pleased.
悪いな。こんな話に付き合わせちまって。
Oh, no, please don't apologize. I was feeling a similar way, to be honest. Nagakura timidly asked.
それってもしかして伊藤さんの悪口かい?
Not him specifically. No.
そりゃそうだよな。まあ、何か悩み事があったら相談してくれよ。
Aw, sweet baby boy. Sounds good.
それとな、伊藤さんの話をしてたのは内緒にしてくれよな。
He is pretty nice. Like, I love his personality, but at the same time, I like others a whole lot more. Of course, this conversation is between us.
よーし、話を聞いてもらったらなんだかすっきりしてきたな。
That was kind of cute, his like, use. True. My own worries weren't totally, assuaged? I don't know that word. But Nagakura had snapped back into his normal stride and bright attitude. I hadn't seen him act this way around anyone other than Harada or Toto. Thinking about it made me really happy. It made me feel like I was a part of them. I blushed from the thought.
中里の巡察を頑張るぜ。
Hi! Me too. I'll work hard to find some clues. Nagakura's energy was so contagious that I too felt motivated to answer just as energetically. Although I figured it'd be a while until I could sit and talk to a girl my age, I still had a lot of people in whom I could confide. People who cared about my well-being. I ran after Nagakura's back as he upped his brisk pace. Heck yeah. Oh. As we'd continued our rounds through the city, something happened elsewhere at the same time. The Shinsengumi had received official orders from the shogunate to guard the notice board that was vandalized by the Sanjo Ohashi Bridge. Harada, who was guarding the notice board on the night off, had arrested the culprits. However, there supposedly was a woman who'd caused trouble for him. Oh my goodness, I got spooked a little bit. My door closed a little bit, very slowly, and it spooked me. According to Harada, that person looked just like me, but oh, is it her? I knew I couldn't trust her. Thanks to the numerous men who'd vouched for me, corroborating the story that I'd been elsewhere, no one actually suspected me. But still, the thought of someone else out there who shared my appearance left me disturbed. I mean, you were just talking about the one, I forget her name, Nagamura? Or something, Nagamuro? I don't remember. January 1867. Dang, we started in like January of 1864. Yeah, my room is spooking me. Oh my goodness, I want chapter 4 to come soon. I need to go potty. December 1866. I was sweeping a section of the compounds despite being nearly frozen to the bone. Well, that should do it. I wanted to help out as much as I could, but since they still refused to let me out without an escort, there wasn't a great deal I could do. Still, I helped clean our home, and that felt good. Hopefully they'd like it too.
お、境内を掃除してくれていたのか。助かるな。
Yep, yep. Oh, hello, Kondo. It's really gotten cold lately, hasn't it?
今日に来てからずいぶん経つが、この寒さにはどうもなれんな。
He rubbed his hands together and blew on them, in a mostly vain attempt to warm them up. I've picked up a bunch of dead leaves, so I was thinking about roasting potatoes later. Would you like some? They'll be warm. They'll warm you up. Kondo gave a little wry smile.
焼き芋か。昔はよくやったもんな。
Eh? Oh. I flushed with embarrassment. Kondo was a busy man, as management of the Shinsengumi was not easy. A man like that didn't have time for roasting potatoes. You've been really busy lately. I hope you're taking care of yourself.
まあ、こういう時代だからな。忙しいってことは、それだけ新選組が頼りにされてるってことだ。名誉なことさ。
True, but still, don't overwork yourself. True. In the last several weeks, Kondo and Toshi had left the temple often to go meet with important shogunate officials. They scarcely had time to breathe, let alone relax. At that moment, almost as if my thoughts had summoned him, Toshi appeared.
お、近藤さん、こんなところにいたのか。
おお、トシ、どこに行ってたんだ。探したぞ。次の将軍がだな。家持将軍の後見人だった一橋慶喜公に決まったようだ。
Oh my god, he said the name so fast.
やっぱりあの人に決まったか。他にやる人なんざいねえんだから、もったいぶらずにさっさと引き受けりゃいいのによ。
トシ、将軍公になられた方に向かってその言い方はないだろう。あの方は東照神君家康公の再来と呼ばれるほど英明な方なんだぞ。
まあいい。将軍が誰になろうが、俺たちはその将軍の下で戦うだけだ。
Yep, yep.
そうだな。俺たちが頑張れば、それだけ将軍公も徳川幕府も安泰ってわけだ。
Ooh. Only 20 days after Lord Yoshinobu had been officially inaugurated as the new shogun, the emperor suddenly passed away. It was especially hard on the emperor's younger sister, Kazunomiya, who had been married to Lord... Let's look at this first. The emperor's little sister who married into the Imochi Tokugawa household. Who had been married... Oh, no. Lord Imochi, and was intended to be a symbol of Imperial Unification, but everyone on both sides was shocked by his death. Imperial Unification, a political movement that sought to unify the upper echelons of the shogunal and imperial classes. Imochi Tokugawa married the sister of the emperor in support of this movement. He was succeeded by the imperial prince, a young boy of only 15 years. In the turmoil, the activities of the Choshu domain went uninvestigated. The entire country of Japan found itself thrust into rapid motion. Well, frick. Eh? Still no chapter 4. January 1867. End of December 1867. The year had flashed before our eyes, and before we knew it, it drew to a close. It put us in high spirits, having experienced a year without any major battles or incidents. As everyone began gathering to celebrate the new year, we discussed our hopes for what was to come, and looked to welcome the season with open arms. Then, one snowy day in the middle of winter. What? It's cold. I felt its icy fingers trying to work their way under my blanket the moment I woke up. My breath puffed out in white clouds, and the light streaming in my window had an odd bright quality. Yeah, chapter 3 is really long. Was it possible? It's snowing! Oh, wow. I looked outside and gasped. A few flakes were still drifting down, but it clearly snowed much harder overnight. The entire compound was white. I had thought it seemed colder than usual, and now I knew why. Oh, heck yeah. Amidst all the white, there was a column of black. A person. Saito, 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 please be Saito, please be Saito. Was it... Saito! Yes! I hurried down the steps. He turned slowly and looked at me. Yes! So have you. What are you doing out here by yourself? Saito!
稽古を終えた後、雪が積もっているのに気づいたから足を止めてみた。
He stopped to admire. He stopped to admire the snow. He fell silent again and looked up at the sky, his face full of muted emotions I couldn't decipher. If you just finished training, aren't you, sweaty? I feel like you should try off if you're going to get sick. I feel like you should dry off or you're going to get sick. You're right, but it seems like both of us are out here alone. Hmm? It is. But you warm my heart. He continued to stare at the falling snow and gave no indication that he meant to move. I glanced down at his hands. The cold had already turned his fingertips red, but he either hadn't noticed or didn't care. Do you like the snow? He didn't speak, but from the look on his face, I could tell what his answer would be. He's the man after my own heart. I love this man. He looked up at the sky again, a faint smile pulling at his eyes. Powerful? Oh, my heart! My heart! Oh, Saito! Oh, Saito! Hajime Saito.
この風景の中に身を置いていると、自分ではない清らかな何かになれるのではないか。そう錯覚してしまう。
I picked a perfect title then. He looked and sounded as somber and serious as he always did, but there was a small, satisfied smile on his face that I had never seen before. Eventually, he turned to look at me.
中に戻らんのか。この寒さの中、その軽装では冷えるだろう。
Maybe if you hold on to me, I'll be dressed for the cold. No. I don't think I'll stay here and look at the snow with you. Wait. I think I'll stay here and look at the snow with you a little bit longer. Yeah, time to pull out that ring and marry this boy. Sweet baby boy! No. I think I'll stay here and look at the snow with you a little bit longer. He looked at me for a moment with an expression I couldn't read. I very much am. No, don't. He turned back around as the snow fell silently around us. He blinked and looked at me.
何かあったか？
Will you marry me? Will it give me a point though? That's the question. I don't know. Oh, gosh. Yeah, I got so flustered I got tongue-tied. I wanted to do that sign. I wanted to do that line justice. Okay, options. Do you want to play? This could be like, hey, you want to play? And Saito could be like, what? Play? Really? Maybe. And they could have like a fun little play session. But at the same time, should I get you a jacket? Also is like, hey, you're a little, since we're cold, do you want me to get you a jacket? And that shows like a little bit of caring. So I'm like, because I don't know if the play thing is going to make him go, oh, right. I remember the sword thing. I got so excited about swords and got embarrassed. No, I probably shouldn't play. So I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I was just thinking that maybe you'd like to play in the snow instead of just watching it.
遊ぶ? 一体何をするというのだ?
He didn't refuse. I'm gonna take that as a yes. Well, we could make a snowman or a fort or something. I guess a snowball fight wouldn't be very fun with just two people. His eyes widened. Yes!
雪だるまに鎌倉か。わらべのようなことを言うのだな。
Yes, it is. It's very much something a child might say. And something I very much want to do with you, good sir. Really? Am I that childish?
別に悪行のつもりで言ったわけではない。気にするな。
He turned around again, slightly more quickly I thought, and looked at the snow.
だが残念ながら、雪だるまを作れるほどは積もっていないようだ。
Aww.
この雪もおそらく昼には溶けてしまうだろう。
Yeah, snowball fight my future husband, oh yeah. Oh, yeah. I felt a little smaller. He seemed to like the snow so much, but I felt like there had to be something I could do to make him happy. Of course! Oh, do you want to make Snow Bunny? Oh, do you want to make a Snow Bunny?
雪うさぎ。なんだそれは。
He doesn't know what a snow bunny is. This man, I swear. His eyebrows pulled down, almost imperceptibly. Oh, come on, don't tell me you don't know. When I was a kid, I'd make them for my dad every time it snowed.
過分にして聞いたことがない。
Oh, heck yeah, time to teach you how to make snow bunnies. Then I'll make you one right now. Hold on.
いや、わざわざ俺のために手間をかけさせるのも。
I'm going to do it and you are going to enjoy it. Oh, don't worry. It'll only take me a second. As I spoke, I began to search the yard for berries and leaves to fashion its eyes and ears from. Heck yeah. Saito didn't move and watched me silently as I trotted around in the snow. For a moment, I felt like I was a child again, walking through the yard of my old home in the middle of winter. Before long. All done. Here you go. I picked up the bunny gently and carried it to him.
なるほど。これが雪うさぎか。
Look at this. Look at it. It's so cute. It's so freaking cute. They're so cute. He stared at the thing in my hands. Yes, isn't it cute? Here, I made it for you.
差し上げると言われても、これをもらってどうしようと。
Oh, he's so flustered. He was visibly confused, which for Saito was saying a lot. Oh, you don't like it? I swallowed and started to step back, but he was silent for a moment. Then
手がずいぶん冷えているな。
We touched hands.
部屋に戻ったら温めておいた方がいい。ひびや赤切れができるかもしれん。
I can warm them up quicker if they were wrapped around you. Look at them! Look at them! Hold on. Look at them! They're so freaking cute. Saito's little caring smile and her little blush and this I am nutting. Oh. Until he spoke, I hadn't realized that our hands were touching. I blushed. His long, slender fingers were cupped around my hands. Even through the stinging cold of the snow, I could feel a faint warmth from them.
どうした？頬まで赤くなってきたようだが、霜焼けか？
No. No, that's not it. With his deep blue eyes looking into mine, I felt very shy suddenly and rushed to pull my hands away. No! No!
そろそろ中に戻った方が良さそうだな。
そうなんだ。
あんたに風邪でもひかせては、副長に何を言われるかわからん。
I wanted this moment to last longer. Oh, right. He looked down at the snow bunny I had unceremoniously deposited in his hands when I withdrew, and smiled. Sweet baby.
この雪うさぎはありがたく受け取っておく。
That's cute! He is so adorable, oh my goodness.
すぐに溶けてなくなってしまいそうなのは残念だが。
It will melt soon. It will. Sadly, it will. But enjoy it while it lasts. Enjoy it while it lasts, because even though it may melt, it does not mean my feelings have gone away with the snow. I'm shaking my chair! There was a hint of kindness in his normal flat tone. He inclined his head to me, then turned and walked towards the main temple. As I watched him go, I could still feel the warmth of his hands on mine. Don't walk away. Oh, that was so cute. Oh, the snow bunny remained on Saito's windowsill until the snow melted. Nagakura and Todo saw it and laughed. Who knew, they said. Saito got so excited when it snowed that he made a snow bunny. I guess he was a kid once. My heart. Still a better love story than... Chapter 4, let's go! April 1867. Let's go. Chapter 4 has finally shown up for us. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, thank goodness I can finally go to the bathroom. So let's save that. Screams into a pillow. So cute! Yep, that's gonna be me later on. Oh, goodness gravy. That was so cute. Such a nice ending to Chapter 3. Such a nice ending. I cannot find a better ending. Ugh. Okay, let's look at the encyclopedia. We read that one. That is specifically the sword that Saito was interested in. So that was pretty cute. And then we got this guy, and we read his stuff. And then apparently he claims to be a demon. Oh no. Choshu Expedition. I think we read that one. I don't remember though. Demon. Next one. Traitor to the court, often used to refer to rebels. We read that one. We read that one. Got Furies Part 2. What else? Trying to remember which ones we didn't get. We didn't get this one. Guardian of the Shogun, a position created during the Bakamatsu period to assist whoever held the office of Shogun. Headquarters. We read that one because it's the temple. I think we read that one too. Oh, Ito and Todo use that fighting style. Interesting. I don't think we read this one. Yeah, we didn't read this one. The 14th Tokugawa shogun. He married Emperor Komei's sister in support of Imperial Unification, and he was popular with the Emperor and the vessels. No, wait, maybe we did read it. I remember that last part. A political movement. Oh, we read that one. We read that one. This is the lady that looks apparently like us. So yeah. And then there's the new NPC that we met. I don't like him. I don't like him one bit. Though I think I like him a little bit more than the other guy, Takeda. I think I like Ito more than Takeda, but they're both very low on my list. Kazunomiya, I think we read. And then Sanan. He moved up on the list after this chapter. What else is there? That one we read. This one we read. There's so many. And then we saw this guy again. Mitsu. I think we read that one. Nicho. We read that one. We read that one because I kept talking about Hongwonji. Or Hongwonji. Bortonu, we read that. We read that one. We read that one. We read that one. Oh. Miki, this is Ito's brother, the other one. The other new NPC. This is him. His brother. I like him, but his attitude's a little meh for me. Sancho Ohashi. I don't think we read this one. A bridge over the Kamo River at Sanjo Street in Kyoto. It is the last stop on the Tokaido and Nagasendo roads. 2 of the 5 routes of Edo. Yeah, we didn't read that one. And then this is the other lady that we met. Sen. And then... Yeah... Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything about that. And then this is the serum thingy for the Furies. We read that one. And that is all for the Encyclopedia. And I think that is all. Let's see where we're at with Saito. Still 30%. That's mean. So that is all. 4 hours. It has been 4 hours, but we finally finished a full chapter in one stream. Yeah, that was a lot. So, thank you for coming and watching. Not much to say except for, wow, that was a lot going on through this stream. A lot of ups and downs. The ending being extremely wonderful and glorious. Can't wait for more. I can't wait. I can't wait for more Saito. Yum, yum, yum. And yeah, not much else. Look forward to tomorrow's stream at 3 p.m. EST, or let me pull back up the stuff. 3 p.m. EST or 4 a.m. JST on Monday, technically, and 12 p.m. PST. My brain just had a little. So, there we go. Oh, I spelled that wrong. There we go. So yeah, 3 p.m. EST tomorrow. We are going to be playing it. Yeah, that was fun, and you weren't here for all of it either. You need to go rewatch everything that's happened. A lot happened. a lot. But tomorrow we are going to be playing Ghostwire Tokyo, and hopefully my ADHD does not show as much tomorrow. Because I was looking back and I was like, oh, I was all over the place. So thank you for coming and watching. Hopefully you enjoyed it, because I very much enjoyed it, even though I cried. I almost cried one time and very much cried the second time, and had a lot of fun times. It was nice. It was very, very nice. So hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow. And at some point on Wednesday, we are going to be playing Baba Is You, which is a puzzle game. And I am excited. I'll see you all off then. Love you. Oh, no! Love you all. And bye.